Dude, what is going on? What is happening today? That had nothing to do with me. That had everything to do. I mean, maybe it had something to do with me. I'm not sure. What's going on? Okay, we're back to being live. We're waiting for YouTube to pick up. What's going on, man? I'm really trying to figure out what's going on with YouTube today. Okay, everything was live on every other platform but YouTube. Why is that? Why is this happening to me? What did I do to deserve this? I'm just trying to have a fun time streaming, you know what I mean? Are we good to go? I don't know. Okay, we're connected to TikTok chat. I'm going to let this run for a second. Let me make sure. Also, let's do this. Let's do that. Set timer for 3 hours. Okay. I don't know. Start that. Okay. Are we good to go now? There's just stupidity happening. Okay. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but we're having, I don't know if it's my end. We've had some pretty incredible storms going on, so I don't know if, I don't really know what's happening, but we're going to try and make sure that, I don't know, I guess we've had some storms come through. I don't know if that's what's happening with the YouTube stream. I don't know, it disconnected, but it only disconnected the YouTube stream. So I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I'm also linking some bots to my stream now, because I think it'd be really, really cool to have these kind of say some cool stuff, I guess. I don't know. I'm working on it, so I'm working on this while I wait and make sure that the stream is gonna work properly. I don't know what that was all about. I don't know why I've had such a difficult time. Let's see. Okay. That okay. Is it auto connected to? So how do I know if he's part of the chat? I don't know. Okay. Looks like the stream is okay. I'm gonna let this sit for another minute or two. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. While this, I just want to make sure that it doesn't disconnect again. So I'll be right back. Hopefully we're good to go. Yeah, I'll be right back. I don't know what's happening. BRB though. Be right back. Okay. Are we good? We good now? Seems like it's still working. Also, sorry about that. I just took the dump of my life. My gosh. Alright, back to what I was doing, which was this. Jay Toasty, I'm a new man. I'm still standing. Jay, welcome. Hope you're doing alright today. After that dump, I'm barely standing, just so you know. But welcome. How did you find the channel? Were you just randomly looking for some Minecraft streams to watch and then saw my thumbnail and were like, hey, why not? Let's just see what this guy's up to. Huh? I assume that's what it was. I assume that's what happened. Fauna on Kick. Can you share your broadcasting stream, schedule with me? I don't know who that is. Jay Toasty, you don't recognize me? Do you want the honest answer or do you want me to lie? I don't remember the last time you were here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. You changed your name? How the heck do you expect me to remember? Huh? You're out here changing names and stuff. You can't be switching up on me like that and they expect me to remember, you know what I mean? Not how that works. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Got you. That... Center, you can't be doing that to me. You can't be doing that to me. So wait, is Jay your nickname? I thought you had a different nickname. I thought it was prison cell. Okay, you dropped your government. It got you. That makes sense. Jay! I like calling you Jay better. You probably, I mean, I'm assuming you like your government name. But going by Jay is sick. It's Lover! Hi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Alright, you guys don't understand, alright? The dump I just took had me praying, okay? I didn't know if I was gonna survive. Wasn't expecting it either. I was like, ah man, the stream's not working the way I want it to. Let me run to the restroom real quick. Brother, I got into that restroom, my stomach did a full 180. Flipped right on upside down. I said, oh! I said, what is happening? I said, no! Stomach cramps, the works, right? Knees started getting weak. Legs began to wobble. I said, oh Lord. If this is how I go, I hope I don't go like this. You know what I mean? It's Lover, I'm tired. Dude, why? Did you stay up late or did you wake up early? Which one was it? It's one of those two. Prison cell, you know what I mean? Because you got the clamps, that's all I'm saying. Tell me that nickname is not cold. You can't tell me prison cell isn't one hell of a nickname. That shit is fire. I don't care what anybody says. But yeah, no, I'm doing pretty well. Other than fighting for my life in the restroom, I'm good. You know what I mean? Intriguing story about a dump. Look, I don't want to go into too much detail. Just know your boy made it out alive. It's one of those dumps where you start thinking about life decisions. You're like, what did I eat and why did I eat it? And I'm eating clean. That's the crazy part. So I'm like, what? Like genuinely, what did I eat? Who did I piss off? You start looking up at the ceiling. You're like, God, we good? You know what I mean? Like, we good? Prison cell is tough. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You gotta run with it. You gotta run with it. Prison still goes hard. Dang. Someone forget about you? Someone just left you at the school like that? Nah, we'd have to have a conversation after that. Like, look, don't tell me you're gonna be here at this time and then not be there. Maybe I gotta get more fiber in my system. Because I don't eat a lot of vegetables or carbs like pasta and stuff. Because when I eat a bunch of carbs, it makes my hunger go through the roof. And then vegetables are nasty. I don't care what anyone says. It's disgusting. So I eat mainly meat and dairy. But I've heard from people who eat nothing but meat that like it takes a while, but once you become like adapted, like fat adapted, apparently has something to do with your gallbladder and releasing bile to help break down fat, and it makes your pooping a whole lot easier. But there's a transitionary period, if you know what I'm saying. All right, that's enough on the whole pooping aspect. I mean, I'll talk about poop all day, but I imagine we want to talk about something other than doo-doo. Doo-doo. Doo-doo, that's just a funny saying. Do I watch anime? I do. I do watch anime. Currently watching One Piece. I am at the tail end of the Big Mom arc. So, which I've read all the way through the Big Mom arc, but that was a long time ago. And then I haven't... where do they go next? They go to fight, what's his name? And I forget what that arc, the samurai arc. The Wano arc, there we go. I haven't, I read a little bit of the Wano arc, but, and I haven't watched any of that, so don't you spoil shit for me, you hear me? Don't you spoil a damn thing. I'm trying to catch up. I didn't show up to a date once. She ended up watching a movie by herself because I stayed up all night playing COD with the boys. Hey, look, Jay! I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. I respect the grind, brother. What's the saying, bros before what? Exactly. It's always been like that. You know what I mean? Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Which Call of Duty was it? Preach! I won't spoil anything. What's your favorite animal? Or, wait, what? Animal? My favorite animal is a snow leopard. And a wolf. Snow leopard and wolf. I don't know if they're tied. I think they're pretty much tied. But yeah, those are my two favorite animals. Yeah, no, zombies was an addiction back in the day. Honestly, zombies all the way through like BO3, I think were absolutely fire. Well, if it was whatchamacallit, what's the, not Activision. It's I can't remember the developer's name, but the best ever. And I'll die on that hill. Yours is an owl? Really? Is it a specific kind of owl or just any owls? What about you? What about you, Lover? What's your favorite one? What's your favorite animal? You better not say lion or something. You better not be generic. That's not generic, anybody. I guess wolf can be generic, so. I'm just yanking your chain. Yanking your chain. Chain's being yanked. You know what I mean? They're seen as evil, but they're the symbol of wisdom. I didn't know that they were seen as evil. I knew that they were the symbol of wisdom. I'm not gonna lie, I used to get down on Winnie the Pooh back in the day, and Winnie the Pooh's goated, and Owl is an awesome character in Winnie the Pooh. So there's that. This is a controversial question. Your favorite animal is a kitty? Sick. Do you put your milk before cereal or cereal before? Look, no, we're not gonna say it. No, I'm saying who the fuck puts their milk before the cereal? Huh? Who the hell does that? That's disgusting. That's disturbing. Don't you dare. You always put the cereal first. The hell is that? Nah. You always put the cereal first. The hell? I put my bowl first. Touche. Great point. You're right. It's Lover, don't you dare say that you put the milk first. You better not say it, dude. I don't know if you're a dude or not, but you better not say it. You better not say you put the milk first. Not with those emojis. You better tighten up, dog. You better tighten it up. You reel that shit in, damn it. I do them at the same time? Oh my gosh. Oh no. It's always cereal first. It's always cereal first. Ain't no way. I can't trust somebody who puts the milk first. I can't trust you. Oh, thank God. Thank you. I was beginning to sweat. Basically, I'm a monkey. Welcome to the stream. Cereal first, milk first on the refills. I don't even do that. I don't even put milk on the refills. I eat all the cereal, don't drink the milk, put more cereal in, and if I need more milk, then I do it that way. The milk is always there when refilling, exactly. You know what I mean? Exactly. I don't think I've ever even thought about putting milk first. It seems so ass backwards. Bass backwards, you know? Ah, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the milk is already there. I see what you're saying. Exactly. That makes sense to me. Could you imagine waking up in the morning, looking at yourself in the mirror and being like, ah, yeah, let's go have a bowl of cereal and let's make sure we put the milk first. I would like to believe that if my parents caught me doing that, they would have slapped the shit out of me. They'd be like, what the hell are you doing? Pow! You know what I mean? What are you doing? I tried milk first and it ruined my breakfast. Exactly. I just give up. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even hungry. Wait. What is going on? It better not disconnect. Okay, we reconnected. Are we still live? That's what I need to know. How do I change my bitrate? I don't know how to change it. Okay, we're still live, it looks like. Alright, we're still good. It looks like we're still good. I don't know. I'm having some problems with the stream, I suppose. I don't know why. I'm not gonna worry about it. It seems like we're still live. Does pineapple belong on pizza? No. Yeah. Okay, you're talking to someone who doesn't like any type of fruit that's hot. I've only had pineapple on pizza once and I thought it was good. It was like this I don't know what the base was, but it was like a one of the white like Alfredo sauces, I think. And it was like a Canadian bacon with like white cheese. That was the only time I've had it and it was delicious. And I had like a couple of slices that were really good and then I had it again and it wasn't as good. So it was like a hit or miss type of pizza. That's the only time. That was the only time. Wait, are we good? Stream? It says stream is good. You only like it because your mom likes it? Now this is one of those topics that I'm like, I don't think you're crazy if you want pineapple on your pizza. I'm just not gonna eat it. You know what I mean? If you like it, that's cool. That's cool to me. I just don't think it's good. It's bland. It's bland to me. But I also don't like hot fruit, so there's that. Or cooked fruit, I guess. Buffalo chicken pizza? I'm a pepperoni guy. I'm generic. I don't want to think that hard. There is some like 4 cheese pizzas that go really, really good. Meat Lovers is really, really good, but I also don't eat a whole lot of pizza because I'm already fat enough as it is and I'm losing weight, and anytime I eat pizza, I feel like absolute garbage the next day, so there's that. Barbecue chicken is good, but both of those are good. I'm not a big buffalo, like, wings guy. I don't know if I've had buffalo pizza, though. But I've had barbecue chicken pizza, and that stuff is absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. I don't want to think so hard. Wise words. Yeah, no, I'm a man of simple taste. I try my best not to think too hard. I want to use my energy elsewhere, you know? In other aspects of life, wherever that may be. It's a strange craving. I love Little Caesars. I don't care what anyone says. Little Caesars is delicious. And for the price, you really can't beat it, in my personal opinion. Granted, it used to be $5 and now it's $10 a pizza. I mean, I guess you get just the standard pizza, it's fine. But I usually get like the extra cheese, or I get the stuffed crust, you know, the most cheesy pepperoni. Is cereal a type of soup? No. No, it's not. Cereal is not a soup. You can't tell me otherwise. I refuse to believe that that is a soup. Mainly because you don't cook it. You know what I mean? I had a 3-hour discussion on this question. Yeah, no, you don't cook it. Yeah, I had to pause the answer. I had to think about it for a second. I mean, I knew the answer. I felt like I knew the answer right out the gate, but I really wanted to think about it for, 4 or 5 seconds. But no, it's not. And anyone that says otherwise, go pick up a book. Is a hot dog a sandwich? That could be, I guess, technically. But I don't think it is, because you're not using 2 slices of bread. It's just 1. It's not really a slice of bread. It's a bread tunnel, you know? But I think you can make a strong argument for that to be a yes. But I don't think so. And I think for multiple reasons here. No, I guess you can have hot sandwiches. Yeah, it's just one tunnel. It's a pizza. It's a tunnel bread that you're using. All hot dogs are sandwiches, but not all sandwiches are hot dogs. Yeah, I can see that. I could hop on board with that. I mean, I guess if you're combining bread, meat, and other ingredients, that's a sandwich. Seems a little weird. But that's another one that I'm like, yeah, I can get on board with that. To me, it's not, but like when you go to order food, you're not like, yeah, I want a hot dog sandwich. You know what I mean? But you will go and order a roast beef sandwich or a turkey sandwich or, you know, a turkey club sandwich, right? You know, you say, I want a foot long hot dog. You know what I mean? Not a foot long hot dog sandwich with, I don't know. I'm a mustard guy. That's all I put on my hot dogs. I don't put anything else. I'm not interested in like pickled relish, and so I hate relish. I hate sweet pickle in general, and it seems like relish tends to be sweet pickle. I know you can get dill relish, but for some reason people like the sweetness. I don't know. Subs are only... Yeah, but it's cut into 2 pieces. It's still not... A burger can be a sandwich. That makes sense because it's 2 slices. Even with a sub sandwich, yeah, it's one long piece of bread. But every loaf of bread at one point was just one piece of bread, right? Y'all got me thinking way too damn hard. Like a hot dog bun is more like a... I mean, I guess you can have an open-faced sandwich. That seems odd to me, but... Those exist. Bumbo Lee, what was the question? Is a hot dog a sandwich? That's the question here. Reed, what's going on, dude? How are you today? Hope you're doing alright. Is a tomato and a lemon a fruit or a vegetable? Tomato is a fruit, a lemon is a fruit. And I'm pretty sure what quantifies a fruit is if it has a flesh surrounding the seeds. So like, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's a fruit if it has flesh that surrounds the seeds. Technically yes, but I'll never call it one. And that is why Mumbo Elite and I are best friends. Because he got his head on straight, Jay. We're asking the real questions here. Hey, I gotta go help my wife load the kids into the van. Give me like 4 minutes. You guys come up with some more disturbing questions. Reed, this is a question that we answered earlier, and I will die on this hill. If you put milk in the bowl before you put cereal, you need fucking help. Okay? So please tell me you put the cereal first. Please tell me that's what you do. Alright, I'm back. Peter, let's see here. I believe in the death penalty for people who put milk first. Yeah, you're right, but I have another question. Is a banana a fruit or a vegetable? That is a fruit. Bananas still have seeds. They're just really, really tiny black seeds now. But like the original bananas had really large, thick seeds. Is a potato a fruit or a vegetable? Isn't that a tuber technically? I don't know if that falls under vegetable. Hard to say. Okay, let's wait for Spunky then. Wait, what about the death penalty? Peter, if you put milk in a cereal bowl before you put the cereal in, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Spunky has all the answers. Its lover, are you a splunkling? I believe its lover is a splunkling. But yeah, sorry about that. I had to go help my wife get my kids inside the house. But yeah. Nah, I eat the bowl. Okay. Yeah, no, Peter, you are a psycho. What? Wait. Hold on, you may be onto something. Kind of like Panera Bread has the bread bowls. Is there a cereal bowl out there? Like Phil from Hercules? Oh my gosh. Fortunately, I don't think so. I just started watching them. It's Lover, when you subscribe to the YouTube channel, you officially become a splunkling, okay? Does it sound weird? Sure it does. But we're gonna make it a thing, damn it. It's gonna become a thing, okay? Hit that sub button and join the Splunklings. It's important, guys. We're changing the Minecraft world, okay? I don't really know how. We haven't gotten that far, right? But like, it's happening. Move, guys. Oh, thank you. And now we got nothing but open road. Space and opportunity. Red Bulls are tough. I enjoy them. Pretty dadgum good, if you ask me. Oh, then yeah, it's Lover, you're a splunkling. I subscribed to him a long time ago. See, yeah, an absolute splunkling. The Splunklings went back in, Father? Just kidding. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look, I don't know how to help you with that. I don't even think that's possible. McAllister's had that chicken tortilla soup with the bread bowl. McAllister's went so hard. Is McAllister still a thing? I haven't heard that name in so long. McAllister's was so delicious. They go out of business. It's been years, literal years, since I've heard the name McAllister's. Wow. But nah, McAllister's was on one. McAllister's was a different breed. Absolute different breed. A special breed. We are kind of flying through this carpet at the moment. I don't think I have enough carpet. That's okay, though. They're still in business? Okay, bet. Good. I might like McAllister's more than Panera Bread. I mean, I don't know how different they are, but McAllister's is so good. I had a chicken fried steak from there once with mashed potatoes and gravy. Oh my gosh. You can't sleep on McAllister's, all right? Do not sleep on McAllister's. Dun, dun. And that sweet tea. And that sweet tea! And the sweet tea went hard! Look, there may not be a lot of things about the South that are great. I mean, I love where I'm from, so there's that. But I don't think there's any place on the planet that compares to like sweet tea from the South. Whether that is in Texas, whether that is in, I don't know, Georgia. I don't care where. If you are from the South and you have sweet tea in a glass with ice cubes and that little lemon slice on the rim. Ooh! Oh! Oh! Oh, it slaps. Now you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, alright? Because it's freaking addicting. It is so addicting. So addicting. Absolutely addicting. They don't have sweet tea up north. It's sad. Exactly. I had someone ask me. I was working at a fast food restaurant, and someone asked me for a what is it? A half sweet, half non-sweet tea, and they were like, "You know what this is called?" And I was like, "Disgusting." I didn't actually say that, but I was like, "Why wouldn't you just go with sweet tea?" Like, I understand the health benefits of regular tea, but nah, bro. If I'm going to enjoy tea, just go ahead and make it sweet. Let's just get this over with. You know what I mean? And when they try to make sweet tea up north, they like put a packet or something in it, like one of those fake sweeteners. They're like, no, we want like a healthy packet of sweetener in here, blah 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 blah. I'm like, what? No, bro. Like, if you're gonna do sweet tea, do it right. You know what I mean? Don't give me that nonsense. I have a question. Please make this make sense. When a doctor's a doctor. Is the doctor doing the doctor as a doctor? Being doctored. Wants to be doctored, or does the doctor doing... What the hell did you just ask me? Okay. Having a significant other that works in the medical field, when she goes, she's a PA, so she's medically trained. This is what actually ends up happening. They end up just having like a normal conversation of, this is what I'm feeling, this is what where my thoughts are, what do you think, and then they let the doctor do their damn job. I think that's what happens. I think the doctor that is going to get checked up lets the other doctor do their job, and they have a conversation about it. And you also have to understand that, like, depending on where the doctor works, you're probably going to see a doctor that works within that same hospital line or whatever, and so they already know who each other are. So they just have like a normal conversation. It's just like, hey, I'm here to get checked up. These are what I'm experiencing. This is what I think it probably is. And usually the doctor's like, okay, probably let's just run some tests just to make sure. And then that other doctor getting checked out is like, all right, cool. So that's what happens there. Just based off of my experience, because my wife works in the medical field. She is a medical professional, so. Great question. You thought you had me, but nah. Hell nah. You had me in the first half. But then I locked the fuck in. You know what I mean? Then I locked in. Like the boss that I am. Locked that shit in. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Ya heard? I feel like I'm zooming right now. I feel like I'm zooming real fast, but maybe not. I've also drank like 40 ounces of water, 50 ounces of water this morning. I'm really about my hydration today. I'm really about my hydration most days. Let me just put that out there. But like, I'm really locked in right now. Just so you guys know. I didn't understand a thing, but I'll pretend I did. We can do that. That sounds fine. Yes, I know who MGK is. What about him? He's an interesting individual, I'll say that. He and Megan Fox are just interesting people. I don't even know if they're still together, but I know they have a kid together, so there's that. Their daughter, I think, was just born. So fascinating. All that to say, you know, I know that I'm streaming and making content on YouTube, but I would never want to be in the Hollywood music industry because it seems to turn people insane. They end up doing some weird stuff, man. Fame will mess you up, guys, if you're not careful. You know what I mean? For some reason, I still feel like we're in the stage or era of content creation / YouTube streaming, whatever, that like viewers and fans still like view content creators as humans, and so they don't do like super weird stuff. I mean, there are some weird ones out there, you know what I mean, but not crazy weird. Masking is so weird. I struggle with it, but I'm learning. Do I listen to his music? Yeah, I listen to his music from time to time. I think he makes pretty good music. I'm not a diehard fan by any stretch of the imagination, but no, I do listen to his music. He's a pretty good rapper, and then his pop punk or whatever it's called, I don't think it's horrible. Like, I've kind of enjoyed it, so there's that. But I don't listen to him on repeat, you know. I have one of my best friends loves MGK, knows every word to every song that he's ever put out. It's actually impressive. Boom, 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 boom. So it's like spider season here in my area. I guess spiders are those little, like, I don't know, spidery egg sacs that start flying around. It's that time of the year, which is always fun, right? I hate spiders. I love what they do for the environment in terms of dealing with other bug pests, but other than that, I really hate them. And the other night I walked into my office and I guess one was flying by and it got stuck on my leg, and then a bunch of little baby spiders. I say a bunch. I don't know if it was a bunch, but I know I saw at least 3 were crawling on my leg. When I say I started slapping like crazy, I'm talking handprints. I felt bad for the baby spiders. I was like, you guys didn't make it very far in life. That sucks, but like, you know, don't touch me. You know what I mean? How old am I? I'm 31. I'm ancient, dog. I'm unk. Whatever the fuck you guys say nowadays. I'm an old dude. I've accepted that reality, I guess. I don't know. I've enjoyed getting older. This whole idea of like wanting to stay young forever. It's like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to stay young. I'm happy with getting older. I want to feel young, right? Like I want my body to feel young. So I work out and I stretch a lot and I eat healthy, but like I don't want to be young. I don't want to be 18 or 20 or whatever anymore, you know, or ever again. I'm not that age, but like, you know what I mean? Funk. Watching spiders hatch makes me vulnerable, dude. It's disgusting. It's like a zombie apocalypse watching them hatch, and like people that like raise spiders and then like can hold a bunch of spiders in their hands. I don't know how they do it. I genuinely don't know how they do it. It grosses me out. I think you're technically big bro. Once you hit 35, you become unk. Damn, man, I'm trying to get my unk status. I'll take big bro. That's cool too. Wow, 31. You're not old. Well, thank you, it's lover. So when are the kids coming? I already have kids. I have 2, and then I have a 3rd one on the way. So I'm excited. I'm super stoked. The 2 greatest things I've ever done in my life are being a husband and being a father. And it's not even close. Not even close. It's like, it's just not close in any shape, form, or fashion. One of the hardest things I've ever done has been being a husband and being a father, but also the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life. So there's that. They are the greatest things. They are the best parts of me. So. No. I love agua. You're jealous? Why are you jealous? I mean, it's awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, it is awesome. I love it. But, yeah, I don't know. I know being a parent's not for everybody. Being a spouse is not for everybody, and that's cool. But if you think it's for you, I highly recommend. It is hard, but it's also amazing. So there's that. Wouldn't change it. Wouldn't give it up for the world. I would give the world up for them, though. Ooh, that's kind of a tough saying. Ooh, that's kind of tough. I won't give them up for the world, but I give the world up for them. Yeah. I ain't a rapper. You know what I mean? You want kids, but you're too young? Hey, I knew someone that started when they were in their early 20s. I don't know how they did it. I still felt like I was a kid. Especially as you start to get older. Thinking about the fact that I thought I was, okay, at the time I thought I was an adult. But like now that I'm in my 30s, looking back, I was a kid, bro. I was a kid, dog. We got like 10 plus years until I get to have a family / husband. Well, you know what? You got a good head on your shoulders. I mean, definitely don't take those on unless you, I mean, you're never really ready. Let's just make it very clear. You're never really ready. But like, there are some things that you can definitely have in place before it's time to start that, because it's a massive commitment, obviously, and it's a massive sacrifice in terms of like your time, and like your life changes drastically. So there's that. I'm 23, approaching unk status. Chill. By the time you're 25, you want to have kids. That was the time frame my wife and I had. We were a little bit past that, but we wanted to start trying to have kids at 25. So 25, 26, something like that. Funky makes me feel old because of the conversations we've had. What? You know, I don't know. At some point, you kind of get tired of talking about, you know, the same stuff. Like, what sneakers did you buy this week? And I don't know, when you leave the parents' house, whenever that is, or you get entered into the workforce or into the real world, you realize that conversations that you're having, not that it's not important to have conversations that really don't matter. Like, obviously that's fine. You need to have those. But also at some point, you got to start having more in-depth, deeper conversations. I don't know, and it's not like I have way more life experience than you guys, right? Well, maybe it's lover I do. I don't know how old you are. Don't need to know. But like, I don't know. In the grand scheme of things, Jay and I are closer in age than we probably would like to think. You know, like when I'm 71 or 70, you're gonna be 63. Isn't that a weird thought? You know what I mean? You're a big bro too. I pushed having kids back to 28, 30. That's fine too. We talked about a financial advisor. We did do that. That's important. I think we should be having conversations about that when you're like 15, 16, 17 years old, in my opinion. I think I'm a little sister to the both of you. Like, yeah, hey, that's okay. It means you get to learn, right? hopefully, with some of the conversations we have, you get to avoid some of the dumb mistakes that we've made. Nothing wrong with being a little sibling. It's important. Now, I'm the oldest of my family. I'm the oldest sibling, so I'm like a trial run for my parents. And my siblings will ask me questions or for advice, and I'm like, look, this is what I did. I don't know if it was right. We're still waiting to see how it plays out, you know what I mean? Bro thinks I'm 18 plus. I don't know how old you are. You could be 13 for all I know. And I am playing Minecraft. You know? Enjoy your youth. I'm not enjoying it so far. Believe me. Believe me. It's Lover. Now or Ada, I'm paying $5,000 to the first 5 persons to message me Faith, say blessed. Maybe you meant to say stay blessed. But hell yeah, dude. I'm glad you got money like that, because I don't. I ain't giving $5,000 to nobody except my wife and kids. And I don't even have that, so there's that. But as I was saying, it's Lover. You may not be enjoying it now, but believe me, there's gonna come a day where you look back on your life and you're like, dang, those were good times. We have some deep conversations here, but I enjoy it. It's better than small talk by 100. Yeah, I can't deal with. I don't know. I hate the damn small talk. I try to avoid it as much as I can. High school was the worst. You hated high school. I had a great school experience. I enjoyed school tremendously, but I also, you know, I played sports. I didn't have beef with a whole bunch of people. I got into a few fights in high school, like my junior year, because I hurt my knee, and sports was like my outlet. And when I hurt my knee, I couldn't play sports, obviously. So I was out for 14 months. I had to have knee surgery, and it was a whole thing. And so some people, some well-known bullies in my school thought it would be a good time to try and impress me. And so my hands had to get active on that ass. And active they did. And guess what? I didn't have any more fucking problems. Which was kind of crazy, because I guess they thought, I'm a bigger dude, right? I guess they thought that because I had been passive for like 2 years in high school, that my junior year, I guess they thought that like, that was just going to continue. And it did not. It was fun when I was skipping, which is most of the time, so I guess it wasn't that bad. I wanted to play basketball too bad, or play sports too bad, so skipping really wasn't an option for me until my senior year, or the second half of my senior year, the second semester. I didn't have any sports that I was playing. I knew that I was going to college to play basketball, and I was like, I'm not doing track or any of that shit. I'm done. I will go work out, and that's about it. I got out of class at noon every day, so it was like, it's not like I needed the sports to get me out of school, you know what I mean? Bum, 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 bum. You're in high school and you hate it? Ah, that's not fun. Sorry you hate it. I know school can be hard for a lot of people. My wife was not a fan of school, so she did very well in school. She was a very, very, very good student. She just did not like the I don't know, the school dynamic, that many kids can be assholes, the whole thing, you know. Bum, 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 bum. All right. College was kind of fun. I don't know. Did I like college that much? No. I mean, there were great people there at university. I just didn't like the fact that like all of a sudden you go from not paying for school, or at least like you specifically, even though we do pay for school with taxes, to all of a sudden it's like, hey, you got a $30,000 bill. Like, wait, hold on. Slow up, 30 grand. So if you plan on going to university, make sure you get scholarships or plan on working and paying those loans down if you decide to use loans. Or if you can get out of school debt-free, you're saving yourself a lot of pain later on, because what I hate about loans and what they don't really explain to you is that there's interest. So when you pay the minimum payment on your loans, whether that's a credit card or whether it's your student loan or any loan for that matter, you're only paying the interest. And so the principal, which is like the amount that you take out, doesn't go down, and so you end up paying that for years. You know what I mean? Too much work. Like last month we wrote end of month tests, and now this month at the end we're gonna write tests again, and then after these tests, it's just test after test after test. That's hell. Had a huge issue with an ex and it ruined things. She was crazy. Eve. Yo, that's gross. I've never dealt with that. Never want to. We'll be on 1 week break, and after 1 week we're gonna write end of semester. 2 freaking tests and an exam. Damn. You go to some kind of special school? What the heck? And it's summertime where I live. Why are you still in school? What type of school system do you... That sucks. That sucks. I think summer break is so important. Oh, I agree. Letting an 18-year-old take out a massive loan is a disservice to society. Like, I remember signing off on my loans, but I genuinely do not remember what I was getting myself in. Like, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And looking back on it, I was like, it just was not a very smart move. Now, fortunately, I have a wife that is a whole lot better with money than I am, and was very intentional with saving money and putting money towards loans and stuff like that while she worked through school. And so she graduated debt-free, which was awesome, amongst having like, you know, a number of scholarships and stuff. And she, you know, I had multiple conversations with, I was so hard-headed at 18, and I just ignored all the advice that she and her family gave me about taking out student loans. And so I dug a little hole for us when we got married. It was bad. Federal loan, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And if you look at the price, like the price of stuff has gone up a lot, right? In all aspects of our society. But school loans in the USA has skyrocketed, I think, more than anything else, if I'm not mistaken. It's so crazy. Terrible with money. I have to be very intentional. And I have to like put in like 24 to 48 hour time frames. Like if I want to buy something, I'm like, all right, we'll give it 24 to 48 hours. If you still want to buy it after that, then you can have a conversation about it. Or I'll just go out and buy whatever. It's so bad. Whereas my wife will spend hours online looking up different deals, and she'll be like, hey, do you think we need this? Like we can get like 70% off. And I'm like, why did you, like, I'm a type of guy that goes like, oh, I need this, let me go buy it. And then she'll be like, but we had this at the house that it is a great replacement. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was here. She's like, well, if you would have asked, you know what I mean? Where the heck what? You have school year round? Nah, bro, that's terrible. I would never want that. I have to use cash. I will go crazy with debt and credit cards. Yeah, I have a credit card, but I didn't have a credit card for a very long time. And I use the credit card mainly for groceries, gas, and then like a few automatic bills. Yeah, it's lover. That sucks. I don't know what to tell you. That sucks. Year round. Ugh. Ugh. You know a British person like that? Ugh. Does bro really think everyone is from the US? Probably not. But considering I'm in England, I don't think about it. I mean, I know a lot of my viewers aren't from the US. Are they? Nah, most of my viewers aren't, I don't think. I don't know. I'll never really ask. I would never want to go to school full time though. Year round? Never. Hi, that guy. Bye, that guy. Didn't see your chat. Sorry, dude. I would never, ever want to go to school year round. That is true. The algorithm does push to more US viewers than anything else. Oh, I see. I'm not though. Well, I bet your country does a whole lot better at school than the US does. So there's that. I would have to imagine. If you guys are in school year round. I feel like you'd get through school so much faster though. Maybe not. I don't know. Or maybe you go the same amount of time and you guys are just better prepared to take on the world. I don't know how that works. Much better than Texas? Probably, yeah. Yeah. I would have to agree. But am I changing where I live? Hell no. I love being from Texas. Texas born. Texas raised. Texas will die. I hope this is where I die. You know, I don't want something crazy to happen, you know what I mean? Why is that? Texas just doesn't have the best education system. That's why. So you just got to be very intentional with your schooling if you're a student in Texas, and that's probably the case for a lot of states. But like I'm a mathematician. I get it. I didn't make straight A's. I was an A/B student and the occasional C, which was mainly English, oddly enough. I still suck at English. I don't understand, like grammar I struggle with heavily. So there's that. Understanding where like periods and apostrophes and the structure of a sentence makes no sense to me. Math I sucked at. I struggled really hard with like memorizing and learning and like completing or I don't know, putting it in my memory. Different. What are they called? I forget what they're called. Equations, there we go. Oh my gosh. I want to go to Canada, Paris, and the US for Harvard, but I'm banned from the US because of your president, so my dreams are crushed. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm just a guy. I do think that our immigration just the process for immigrating should be addressed and changed. I think it's dog shit. Reading was too subjective. That's another thing about English that pissed me off. Math and art. I don't know if I got A's in art either, to be quite honest with you. I enjoyed art, but I don't have the ability to draw or paint or sculpt or like I don't have a talent for that. but I enjoyed it. It was a fun class. Math makes me want to cry. Physics makes me want to cry. Really, school in general made me want to cry. I think mainly because I found it incredibly boring. Just all the way around. It was not a fun experience in terms of like actually learning stuff, but I love to learn, so I don't know. Sneak you in the US? I think we would both end up in a very bad situation if we tried that. But how hard is it to get a visa? I really have no idea. I don't ever leave. I haven't left the US. No, I've left the US a couple of times, but I just got a passport to do it. So I never have gone to a country with the intention of like trying to stay there or work there for a period of time. Also, do you get passports in other countries? Like, is that something that, I don't know how that works. Hell yeah, Jay. Hell yeah. I don't know what my GPA was when I graduated. It was a 3 something, but it was like me just, and then I got to college and it just was not good at all. I really didn't care, didn't have any direction, didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. So I did not lock in college. I've never locked in terms of schooling. I guess I locked in when I got my real estate degree, but it's not our degree, my real estate license, but it's not, you know what I mean? It's the barrier to entry to become a real estate agent is it's about as easy as like going to kindergarten or pre-K. Maybe easier, to be honest. You study for a little bit, take a couple of tests, and voila, you got your license. You can go sell real estate, whether you're good at it or not. Semester before you dropped out, you're on academic probation. Whoa. Yeah, I was never on that. Sports is really what got me through school. If it weren't for sports, I would have never. I don't think I would have passed. I don't think I would have graduated. I just really wanted to play football and hoop, and then I threw the shot put in the disc during track season. You're crazy? He might be, but he got it done. You know what I mean? He got it done, and that's what matters here. My forehead. I'm about to go, so there's these little, like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Fizz Sticks. It's like an Arbonne product. My wife, like, sells it and is into it. But they make these little, like, caffeine energy kind of boosters. And they taste really, really good. And I want some. And I'm thinking I might run inside here in a second and grab some. Because I'm almost, my cup of water is almost empty. And not that I'm tired, because I, you know, woke up not too long ago, a couple hours ago, and slept really good, all things considered. So, like, I'm feeling pretty good. There's something about having a little bit of caffeine in the system, you know what I mean? Just a little bit of gasoline in the tank. You know what I mean? Get the motor going. Feel me? You're on monk mode. I've heard people talk about that. What's a prosecutor? That's an attorney or a lawyer, from my understanding. I don't know, it's really weird because the lawyer has multiple names. Doesn't really resonate with me. But I think a prosecutor is when a lawyer is defending, like if something bad happened to you and you're trying to sue another person, the prosecutor is the attorney that's defending you. I don't really know. I don't know. None of that makes any damn sense to me. It's so complicated. I'm about ready for my second cup of coffee. Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing they don't tell you about college. I was not a major coffee drinker until I got to college, and then all of a sudden I'm drowning in coffee. Now I limit myself. 1, maybe 2 cups a day and I'm good. We had to guess, how many pieces of carpet do we think we've placed? A lot, right? Like it's a ridiculous amount. What is a wet dream? Your moral education teacher was talking about that. Basically it's when a guy, I don't know if, I imagine women have it as well. But basically it's when a person has a dream that is involves sex to some degree. And then your body has an orgasm, basically. So there's that while you're sleeping. Some people have it, some people don't, but it's not something you can control. I was an energy drink guy in college doing taxes, turned me into a coffee guy. I drank so many energy drinks, and I did both. And then I stopped drinking energy drinks because I drank like I drove a few hours to go see my wife. Well, she was my girlfriend at the time, and I had to get back to school for work, and so I left where she was at like 3 a.m. and I crushed like 2 or 3 Monster energy drinks in like a span of 5 hours or something, and my heart was like and it hurt, and I was like, you know what, these probably aren't good for me, so I don't drink them very much. Oh, what's an orgasm? You being serious? You being serious? I can't tell if you're being serious. I don't even know how to explain what an orgasm is. I genuinely don't know how to explain what an orgasm is. I don't even chill on the questions. I don't even think I actually don't know how I would explain that. I'm a curious cat. We're gonna have to leave that one up to ChatGPT. You're gonna have to ask Google, because I actually don't know how to explain that. Don't answer. Even if I wanted to answer, I can't. I don't know how. Such an interesting. I'm being serious. You're gonna have to ask Google. I don't know how to explain that. Ask Google. So there's that. Also, I'm streaming and it's Minecraft. You already said you're in high school, so we're gonna end the conversation there. You have to be curious on Google or ChatGPT or whatever else. Answer any further questions pertaining to sex. There's that. I can't believe they didn't have these. They don't have these classes for that. We have sex education in the U.S. I don't know about every state, but I know in my schooling, and when I was in middle school is when we had it was elementary school when we had it first. I was in 6th grade. 5th grade, excuse me. It was 5th and 6th graders. That was the first time I had it. Had that question, some of those questions answered, and there's that. I get it. I think you can talk about stuff like that from a scientific, but like we're gonna end it there. I answered the first question. That seems like an innocent enough. I don't know. It doesn't seem like. I don't know. I feel like. I don't know. We're gonna leave it at that. That's where we're stopping. Speaking of, I'm terrified of when my kids start asking questions like that. Granted, I will say that my wife and I are pretty blunt and straightforward. You know what I mean? We're not gonna do this whole like beat around the bush type of stuff. We're straight shooters around here. You know what I mean? Oh, that is horrible. How's the weather? It's currently raining, so there's that. It's lovely. Your school is a bit crazy. That is insanity. Bum 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 bum. Dum, 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 dum. All right, let me go refill my water really quick and get those fist sticks. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute or two. Okay, I'm back. Back like I never left, even though I did. Okay. You are a problem child. Can I delete chat? I don't know. But maybe. I have no idea. But can I? I might be able to. Let me see here. Bum, 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 bum. You know what? I think what I can do is actually I don't know if I can. Wait, how do I? One second. I'm trying to figure this out. How do you? Oh, I can add the stream. I can add a bot to stream that might be able to clear it, but I don't think I can personally clear it. Dun, 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 dun. I got you. Yeah. But there's a bot that I was looking at that I thought would like automatically enter into the chat, but apparently there's like a 12-minute video that I could add. Oh, it's kind of a pain. I don't know how to do it. I'll just put it in boxes. Yeah! Make that thing just a purr. But I felt like it's like, I felt like you were like, there's no way. There's no way they don't know. But I don't know. Maybe that's me being naive. And, I don't know. Someone asks a question, I try to answer honestly, you know? Zero intention behind any of it. It made you stop. What? Well, wait, hold on. Maybe I can do this. Wait, hold on. There might be a way of doing this. Give me just a second. I know everything. Why? Because you study hard in school. That's why. You are a great student. That's why. Despite what you say about your grades. Or despite what grades you may get. That's what we're going to say. It's gone! Jay said, don't even worry about it. I'm on here. Oh, thank you very much, Jay. Dude, my right middle finger is not hurting. It is so sore right now from spamming all this carpet. It's kind of crazy. Let's see how many pieces of carpet we've actually placed, though. I'm curious to know. Oh my gosh. You were too young to learn about this? That's probably one of the problems of the internet. I mean, you may not have learned it from the internet, but I don't know. I remember the first time I started hearing stuff like that in middle school, and it's just, I don't know, it's really hard to avoid it when you're going to school, so gotta be really intentional, right? Protect yourself, protect your ears, protect your mind. Meditate like Jay said. Though meditation is really, really hard. I don't care what anyone says. Not easy to do. The idea of like just clearing your mind when I don't know how we go through like what, hundreds of thousands of thoughts a day. Kind of insane. Kind of insane to think about. Is all I'm trying to say. And just that's all I'm trying to say. Not an easy feat. Which makes like being a monk even more impressive to me. But I guess they also do things that like help them connect with their environment and stuff. Like I know they're really into gardening and they do a lot of study, reading, and writing. 30 seconds of meditation to work your way up. Do you use like an app or something that you follow, or what helped you? How did you start learning about like how to properly meditate? Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. Did not know that. Dude, I'm flying right now. I don't know. I don't know what that was, but that felt good. For about 10 spaces, I was locked in right there. I have a genuine question. How did you guys find my channel? I'm interested in that. That's a very healthy thing to do, It's Lover. That's a very healthy thing to do. Good job. But as I was saying, how did you guys find my channel? Like, Jay, did you just randomly find my stream and then It's Lover? Was it like a video that you watched or something? I'm always fascinated by this, like, because I look up analytics and stuff, but it doesn't like tell me who finds what and how they find it. You know what I mean? You guys just wanting to watch some Minecraft or something that day? Breathing's a huge thing. Timer kind of helps. I know there are multiple apps. Okay. Huh. Posture and breathing, though, seem to be the best. That is very true. It will ruin you. It's Lover, it sounds like you got a good head on your shoulders, and seems like you are wise enough to know that, like, maybe I should be more careful about surfing the internet. I will say the internet has come a long ways. Like, when the internet was first introduced, like when I was a kid, it was the wild, wild west. You didn't know what websites you were going to, or like, it was crazy. It's in a much better space now than it used to be. Despite how it may actually feel. Found your channel by sheer luck. Watched all your videos, accidentally subscribed, and now I'm here. I love it. It's so fascinating how YouTube works. I gotta give it to him. You know, the algorithm is really, really good. If you spend enough time on it, you can cultivate an algorithm that pumps out really fun content for you. It's mind-boggling to me how it works. Just the psychology behind it all. You know what I mean? Just insane. Dude, I took my allergy medicine. My nose is still itching today. What is happening? Why? Does this always happen, dude? I don't know if it's because I'm sitting still and it's just like I don't know, my brain's like, hey, are you falling asleep or something? I don't know what it is. But I'm glad you guys found my channel. I've thoroughly enjoyed talking to you guys. Or really anybody that you know, talks in chat. It's been really nice to talk to. As you can imagine, I would probably be losing my... I mean, I'm still losing my mind doing this, but like, the level of boredom that I would have if I was doing this by myself. No one to talk to. Just videos playing in the background. Kind of half paying attention to it. I don't know how long it would take me to finish all this, you know what I mean? The Mega Basin amount was my first video that you watched? Crazy! What a wild, that's the best performing video I've ever had, so I'm glad YouTube recommended it to you. I'm hoping that my next video, the one about this area, I really want to make it a whole lot better. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet, but I'm really going to focus on making it a fun story, and my goal is to make it, I would love to increase the retention time on it, but I don't want to just increase retention time with like edits and stuff just to do that. I want it to like actually make sense, and I want it to flow very well. You know what I mean? I don't know. It helps you work. I'm glad I can help you work. I just knowing what you do for work, boring. But thank you for what you do, because I could never, or I could, but I would never do it. I think I could do it. I don't know. I'm not good at math, so maybe I couldn't, but I would never want to do it. What I find fascinating is like the difference between my personality in my videos versus the personality I have while I stream. You know what I mean? And maybe that's the case for like most people, but I'm so monotone. Also, the recording software I use for audio on like off stream, for some reason it doesn't pick up my voice very well. It's like super quiet, so I feel like I have to scream while I'm recording. It's really obnoxious versus just being able to talk. You know what I mean? So I'm still trying to figure that whole thing out. Audio is such a confusing dynamic or aspect of YouTube. Very little math involved? Oh, okay. Do you use, I'm assuming you have a couple of programs that you kind of plug everything into? It just gets really annoying when you start looking at the tax code and you're like, why is the tax code this long? Why is it this long? That's my whole thing. You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe I'm crazy for thinking that, but it's insanely long. For like no reason. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. So Jay, what's like your actual dream job? Also, it's Lover. Do you have like I know you're young. Do you have like a dream job that you could have? Dream career? Oh, gas. For some reason, people struggle with depreciation and amortization. Really? Depreciation, I've never actually tried to do any depreciation. We have we have our primary residence, and then we have a rental property. And I don't think I've even tried to do any of the depreciation on it. I know it's like 27 and a half years or something like that. It can be depreciated. But I haven't dove into that aspect of it. How did my wife and I get together? So we met on the first day of 7th grade, and her mother happened to know my aunt. They were like good friends, and basically I saw her. She had her locker was right next to mine because of our last names. They just alphabetically fell in order that way, and so I think she was like a couple of lockers down from me, but we were relatively close, so we're in the same hallway, saw each other every day, and then we had science class together. Miss Eubanks science class in 7th grade, and I saw her for the first time, and I thought she was the most beautiful human being I'd ever seen in my life. I still think that today, so there's that. Creative Dragon, hi, I gotta go though. Hi, bye. Hi, bye. Have a great day, or night. It's nighttime for you. Sleep well, or whatever it is you're gonna be doing. So I just saw your stream, so my bad. No, you don't gotta apologize, dog. Thank you for stopping by, and hope you sleep well. But yeah, saw my wife, thought she was the most beautiful human being I'd ever seen in my life, and I was too afraid to say anything to her. And then eventually one day I think she said hi to me, and I was like, hey. And then from there I opened up and started being my normal self, and I was able to make her laugh. And then she became my best friend. And then in 8th grade, she basically told me to ask her out on a date, and I did. And I didn't really ask her out on a date. I asked her if she wanted to be my girlfriend, after she was like, someone should ask if I want to be their girlfriend, and that's how that started. My dream job, I'm not sure yet. Maybe a neurologist, because I find the brain quite fascinating. It's cool, but not sure. That's actually sick. I hope you get to do that. That's so sick. I'll be honest, content creation. I've always been a creator, but I never believed in myself and always gave up when trying. I enjoy comedy, and I hate to say it, but I think I'm funny enough. No, like if you don't believe in yourself, it's not going to happen. So you have to have, I honestly believe if you're going to be a content creator, you have to have a very similar to like a professional athlete. You have to have like a delusional level of confidence. And I come from that same boat. I come from like, no, I'm not that good at this, but I'm trying to be like, I'm so tired of like trying to make other people feel comfortable around me, because I have a delusional level of like, no, this is my dream, and I'm either gonna make this happen or I'm gonna die trying. You know what I mean? So I've gotten so sick and tired of being like, oh, you know, like we're just gonna try this thing out. It's like, no, this is what I'm gonna do, and it either is going to work or I'm going to fail. There's no plan B. You know what I mean? So I feel you. Oh yeah, YouTube. Forgot about that. Do it. I mean, the thing is like there's nothing but opportunity out there, right? And I believe this to my core. It has never been easier to break into content creation than it is today, because of all the tools that you have available to you. And also understand 99% of people are just fucking lazy. Just lazy. They don't want to put in the time streaming. They don't want to put in the time learning how to make a video. They don't want to put in the time, you know, they don't want to put in the time to like being really bad at it to get good at it. You know what I mean? Hit us up with a joke. Ooh. It's really hard to tell a joke in a chat over text, right? Unless it's like a cheesy like dad joke. Because like if you look at the greatest like comedians, it's most of the time it is like they're having a conversation with you. If you ever sit down and just watch any comedy specials, the majority of the time these guys and gals are like absolutely just having a solid conversation about what's going on in their lives or experiences. And I'm sure they're changing it up to some degree, right? Like they're making it more funny by working on it. And my wife just turned off the music. Ain't no way. No, she didn't. We're good. Yeah, you also, it's really hard to make jokes on the fly and like make it, like it has to be organic in my opinion. If you're a professional, that's a little different, but that's my whole thing. Absolutely. Stick with it. Stick with it, Jay. Even when there's weeks or days or whatever it is, however often you guys make a podcast, like the best thing you can do is stick with it. Most people give up. Like I can't even think of the actor's name. But anyways, basically he was like, the people that I saw make it in the industry as actors were the ones that never gave up. He was like, it wasn't that they were the best. He was like, they just didn't give up. It's like, I've seen actors that were incredible, but because they didn't stick it out long enough, they didn't make it. And I think the same thing applies to YouTube. Everyone's trying to make the best video out the gate when it's like, you've never done this before. You know what I mean? You don't have the experience or the skill set. You don't know enough about YouTube or whatever other platform you're on, you know what I mean? The Lulu therapist? I've never even heard of that. What the heck? Been a slump this past week? That's part of it. That's part of the growth. But there's gonna be a time in the future, maybe that's in a week, maybe that's in 3 months, where it's like, oh no, we're back in a rhythm, let's go. Podcasts are also really hard as well. or can be really hard unless you have topics to talk about. I think there's also a healthy amount of, I mean, there's a lot of podcasts. A lot of people are trying to start podcasts or have started podcasts in the past few years, especially like during COVID and whatnot. And so, I mean, you're in a market where you're competing against a lot of people. And so, but if you can be one of those ones that continues to post podcasts and make incremental changes and you know, get the occasional guest on and just have very fun conversations, but also some thoughtful conversations, I think you'll be just fine. But you gotta stick it out, right? Like you really gotta commit. I think it would also be it'd probably help. I mean, I don't know how Joe Rogan did it, but it would probably help to make content outside of that as well, just to help showcase your personality outside of a podcast. But then again, who knows, you know? Runs to a slump, but that slump is what makes or breaks someone from being successful? Oh, 100%. Like, you can't have success without failure. And I think people have this false idea that you have to be perfect out of the gate. And it's like, no, what makes someone successful, what makes content creation fun, what makes, you know, even building a career path is going through those times of like struggle and recognize and like learning from it. Like, because you can't learn you can learn from other people's experiences, right? And their failures. But again, you can't learn without failure. You have to fail in order to find success. You have to know what doesn't work in order to find what does. And most people are just too fucking lazy to go through the shitstorm known as failure. For some reason, we vilify a failure when it's like, no, that is a very fundamental piece of growing and getting better at something. Matter of fact, look at a baby or a toddler when they start to walk for the first time. That toddler didn't stand up, fall over, and say, "Ah, fuck it, I'm not meant to walk." No, that toddler was like, "No, my mom and dad, and if they have siblings, my siblings are walking. Damn it, I'm gonna figure out how to do it. And so I'm gonna stand back up again." And then they fall again, and they do that for weeks and weeks and weeks, sometimes even months. They stand and then eventually take that first step, and they're like, "Oh, okay, cool. I took my first step. Maybe I need to hold on to something. Maybe I don't, but I took my first step." And then they fall, and they rinse and repeat that part until they're fucking walking. You know what I mean? There's not to have a niche. We want our personalities to be our niche. We chose the hardest route, but it's fun. Look, if you're not having fun and you don't love it, if you're making content with the sole purpose of building just a platform without like enjoying what you're doing, you're gonna fail no matter what, and you're never gonna find success. I'm tired of talking about grown-up stuff. That's cute. But what do you want to talk about? We can talk about Minecraft stuff. What else would you talk about? I don't know what kids talk about. I mean, I don't know. You're in that kid range. I don't know what you guys talk about nowadays. Y'all slang it makes no sense to me. All of it is just like skibbity. What the hell is a skibbity? Someone explained that to me the other day, and I've already forgotten. Because there's not a universe where I'm ever gonna actually use the word skibbity. You know what I mean? I'm out here trying to speak English and understand what the hell we're talking about. You feel me? You feel me? Bum, 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 bum. I can't help it. I'm old, guys. I wake up early, I go to bed early, I drink coffee, and I talk about shit that's happening in my life. Yeah, but you need that to light a fire under your ass, right? The good thing is you're seeing that happening, and you're like, oh man, it's not YouTube's fault, it's not the viewer's fault. The fact that you're like, no, this is on me, means that you can make a change, right? That's what happened with my most recent video. Like I had that big mega base in the mountain, get the views that it got, and I was like, all right, cool. And then on my next video, it only got 14,000 views. I'm like, what the hell did I do wrong? I don't know. But clearly there's something that I did wrong. And so I got to work on the pacing of the video, whatever the case is, you know what I mean? What is tongue? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. I also think it's really hard to sit in a stream and talk about just random stuff when there's not a whole lot of people. Like, Minecraft is not a massive... It's not the type of content that, like, favors streaming unless you're, like, XQC or something. Though I do have a lot of energy and I can like, blast up the energy. But I really got to build a much larger audience. You know what I mean? Through making videos. But it takes me a while to make the videos. So there's that. You talk about boys in your future? That makes sense. I'm a Gen Z and not Alpha. Like, what the fluff is Skibbity Toilet? I be edging the yachts every day. Like, the fluff. I don't know what that is. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't even know how people think that's cool to say. It just seems like I don't know. It feels like you're trying to get attention when you talk that way. I mean, maybe that's what slang was when I was a kid, right, or a teenager. Like, I was trying to do the same thing. I don't know. Don't edge the yachts. Gen Z, huh? Yeah, no, I'm not a Gen Z. I'm a millennial. I'm at the tail end of the millennials. So there's that. I don't know if I necessarily... Do I really care if I was... I don't really care what my generation is, if I'm being honest. It's just a title, and it allows people to say just ignorant shit. Oh, well, if you're a millennial, you don't like to work harder, blah, 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 whatever else, you know what I mean? Don't tell me what it means, I don't want to know. I don't think any of us want to know. You know what I mean? I think we're all just like, let's just all kind of just... I want to... What's fascinating is how, like, slang becomes normal. Just from every generation, right? It's just super fascinating. And then what I love about it is, like, in 40 years, there's going to be something said that will have been said when I was a teenager, and people are going to be like, oh man, this sounds so cool. And we're going to be like, we used to say that. And they're like, no, it's different. It's like, no, it really isn't. You know? 2001, baby, the best year to be born? Hell yeah. Wait, there's no way you're not a Gen Zer. You may not act like a Gen Zer, but you fall in Gen Z's time frame. 2012? Oh my gosh. That's when I graduated high school. That was a cool year though, I guess. The world was supposed to end on like May 21st, 2012. I was at an outdoor volleyball event at my high school. I was wearing a blue or orange bandana, I think. I had a lime green shirt on. I don't know why I remember this, but I remember sitting in this field, like where the volleyball games were going on. My team sucked at volleyball and we lost, and so we were out of the tournament. And I just remember looking towards the sun because it was setting, and I was like, huh, the world's supposed to end today. Hopefully it doesn't. I call people cat? Wait, what? When did I call people cat? 2001 is its own generation. Do I have anyone? No, my sister was born in 2000. Yeah, she was 2000, so not 2001. 2001, I was in the 2nd grade. That's also a very weird thought. Dang, man. It's weird how time just doesn't stop, you know? Yeah, which is? But what did 2001 babies call themselves? No, we're not Gen Z. I mean, we are, but we're not. We're our own thing. We're a generation. We are what we are. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds better. Runner Herb, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Runner, welcome to the stream. So, is your name actually Runner, or are you like really into fitness or something? I'm curious to know these things. I know older people say cat when referring to people. I used to say, oh, like, I don't know in what term. I know what you're saying. Do I ever use cat? I think I've maybe used it once or twice. Or like a handful of times. I don't really use it that often, though, I feel like. I say dude and bro all the time. I say that all the time. Or my guy. My guy? I probably said it a cat like once or twice on stream. But I don't know. I say so much while streaming, it's not even funny. I just be speaking. And I don't even know if I'm necessarily having a coherent thought or if I'm just allowing it to be one giant flow of consciousness. Either way, I would be interested to see how many words I say per stream. What I average, you know what I mean? I say that all the time, though. You know what I mean? It's very interesting how you pick up on certain languages and lingo and stuff. Really? See, I don't even notice that I say cat. That's crazy. Well, hell yeah. I don't think you guys understand how like excited I am about the future and like getting older. I mean, the only thing that really does matter, that really does exist, is the present, right? The future is a big giant what if, and the past is just like these are things that happened, and some of them are amazing, some of it was not. Like you know where you are because you can look back and see where you've come from. But the future is just a big giant guess, right? But being present, I think, it's the only thing that really matters. Just being here, being alive, right? Just being grateful for all that. I don't know. Even though I know it's sometimes hard. Maybe it's oftentimes it's pretty hard. But just being grateful for what you have. Can I stop misclicking, please? Thank you. You don't know these shows, you're not a 2000s baby. SpongeBob, Teletubbies, Henry Danger, Thunderman's Game, Shaker, Sam and Cat, iCarly. iCarly I know, SpongeBob I know, Teletubbies I know, Henry Danger don't know that, Thunderman's Game never heard of that, and Shaker, Sam and Cat don't know what that is. Never watched those. Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. And then Sweet Life on Deck. Went hard. Hannah Montana went hard. That's So Raven, I think, went hard. In my personal opinion. Kim Possible, absolutely goated. What else? There was a Jackie Chan animated series. I forget what that's called. It may have just been Jackie Chan. You grew up off of 90s shows? Ooh, okay. Okay. I love some of the 90s shows. I mean, I wasn't really a 90s... I mean, I was born in the 90s, obviously. But I wasn't really a 90s baby or 90s kid because I didn't like... I don't know, by the time I was like self-aware, I was like... It was like the late 90s, right? So I didn't really experience the 90s for like all its glory. Danny Phantom. Oh, yeah! 16 Wishes? Nope. Don't know what that is. What was another one? It was not iCarly, but it was Britney Spears' sister. Well, what's the show called? Zoe 101? There we go. Zoe 101 went hard. Zoe 101 had me in a chokehold for a while. For like a whole summer. That show went hard. So, I watched all of that. Yeah, I've never heard of 16 Wishes. No clue what that is. No idea what that is, but it sounds Nah, what do you mean not? Ned's Declassified? Yes. Yes, yes. I remember that one. There was one show from the 90s that I absolutely loved, and that was Boy Meets World. Boy Meets World went so hard. I learned so many life lessons from that show. Mr. Feeney. Mr. Feeney was out there just throwing life lessons, coaching life up back in the day. Just coaching life up. If Splunky knows it, then you're old. Wait. I know what? 16 wishes? I don't know what that is. I'm an old soul. Splunky's helped me learn that. Good. I'm doing my job then. Like I said, I mean, we're closer in age than I think we realize. Okay, maybe not. It's Lover. You're definitely way younger than I am, but. What is it that I know that makes them old? You're talking about those other like some of the other shows that I said? I mean, yeah, I'm not saying I'm not old. Not once. Well, first off, let's make one thing very clear. I'm not young, right? But I'm not old, okay? I'm in that in between. I wouldn't even, like, I'm entering into like a middle-aged stage of life, I guess. Ned's, I think? Oh, chill with that. Ned's Declassified was dope. I don't care what you say. But I'm not old. Old is like 50 and 60 plus. Alright? But I'm not young. Young is like all the way up to like, I don't know, probably through your 20s. When you hit 30 is when you can start saying, okay, I'm getting older. And I'm entering into like my middle-aged stage of life. So there's that. But the thing is no one, like, you're not going to agree with me until you're my age and you realize, like, oh, I'm not as old as, like, people make 30. People are like, oh, when you're 30, it's all over. It's like, no, it's not. Chill. You know what I mean? I guess I'm old then. I guess so. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't feel that old. Move! It's Lover, I'm realizing you're the same age as my adopted siblings. That's kind of weird. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, now that has really hit my head, like, that is a very weird thought. And now I'm imagining some of the conversations I've had with them where I'm like trying to explain stuff to them and it just doesn't click. I understand now. It's all coming together now. I see where you're coming from. I understand your point of view now. I'm in my prime, technically. Aw, you're not old. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, like, from a physical perspective, I think it's like 26 to like, or 25 to like 35 is like your physical prime. Something like that. So, yeah, I'm in like the prime of my life, so chill. Chill. But my financial prime, the financial prime of my life, oh, hey, you guys don't even understand. Financially, that comes in like another 15, 20 years. I don't know how much money I'm gonna die with, not that it matters because you can't take it, but your boy's gonna have some stacks, some money, you know what I mean? Some bands, some whatever the hell you guys say nowadays. We're gonna have M's, okay? My little brother is 5, so it's not too bad. 30 is the best age to have a child, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay. That I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I'm in my prime. That's what we're gonna say. Hell yeah. He's in his first form right now. Yeah, I haven't even upgraded yet. Y'all seen me in my basic form. Y'all haven't seen stage 2, 3, 4, or 5. You feel me? And it's Lover. Thank you so much for not calling me old. I mean, I don't think I could have continued streaming if you called me old again. I think I would have had to shut the stream off. It would have been okay. I wouldn't have been able to make it. You know what I mean? it hurts my soul. It's so weird to me when someone's like, I'm not old. It's like, stop bitching. You're getting older. Whatever. Why are you crying about it? You know? I don't know. That's just me though. You guys can call me old. It's whatever. I don't give a shit. What you can't do though is call me ugly. This motherfucker's fine, all right? And I'm losing weight too. You feel me? Like the evolution of Splunky is insane. I had to call my parents and thank them for their genetics. Like, y'all made a handsome man. Thank you. You know what I mean? Because it could have gone south. But that genetic the genetic package they passed on, elite. Elite. A war started in chat. Yeah, it sure did. But in all reality, I don't actually give a shit. Oh my gosh, you're so old. Like, what do you want me to do about it? You want me to stop the clock? You want me to turn the clock back? Like, I'm talking about something that's outside of my control. There's only a few options that come to mind. Like, one, you can keep commenting on me being old, not going to change anything, or you don't have to watch the stream. That's also another thing. Like, you don't want to watch an older streamer / content creator. There's a whole world of YouTube out there. You know what I mean? That's why I find that conversation so fascinating. You know how you know you're getting older? When you start getting excited about getting like socks and stuff for Christmas, or as presents or gifts, or when you start walking into Best Buy and rather than looking at the at like the, you know, the games or the headphones or computers and stuff, you walk over to like the appliance section and you're like, damn, look at that washer and dryer. Oh, I love it. I love going into Best Buy and watching that stuff. Later that day, some Splunklings found love in this chat. They sure did. It was very weird. I didn't know what to do. I was like, all right. What is going on here? That's also another thing. The idea of like, hey, what's your Snapchat or whatever? Like, you guys, like, you don't just like talk to people that you know in person. That's a very foreign idea for me. You know what I mean? Not that it's wrong or anything. It was just like, what? No, I had to ask for my wife's number, and then if I wanted to, like, I didn't have to write notes. I could just text her, but like, that was really weird. Oh, and a good deal, brother. You were speaking my language. Oh my gosh, I have a Ninja ice cream maker in our house. We got it like 70% off. We've never used it, but it's there just in case. You know what I mean? We're prepared. There's just something about the world's getting old. I think that's good. I think the world should slow down. I think the world should slow down and just, like, the idea of having a, like, I don't know. I think about this often, but because I'm from the South, like, the idea of sitting outside on a porch, drinking a glass of sweet tea, just watching the sunset or sunrise, or having a cup of coffee and watching the sunrise, like, that excites me more than anything else. Getting new technology is cool, but like, you know, holidays don't excite me, birthdays don't excite me nearly as much, mainly because like as an adult you have your own money and it's like, you know, if I want something I generally just go and buy it if I really want it and it's not going to break the bank, you know what I mean? And so it kind of changes how you view like holidays and birthdays, but then you start looking at stuff that like our dryer is, you know, God bless its soul, is it's on its final legs. It takes like 2 hours for it to dry a load of laundry. And so we've been looking at different appliances, and we actually have a new dryer in our garage. I just need to install it. But like, we got a deal for it, you know what I mean? And it's like, or it's new to us. It was previously owned, but you know, it's stuff like that like all of a sudden you're like, no, I'm more interested in a better quality of life than I am having the newest, you know, I don't know, laptop or phone or whatever. You know what I mean? Got a Keurig for $80 when it was $150 and I use it every day. There are girls my age that look 40. Yeah, that's tough. Damn, that's tough. That's tough. That feels bad. They should stay out. Maybe less tanning and not as much makeup. Give their bodies a rest. I don't know. I remember telling my wife when we were younger, I was like, I would rather you not wear makeup. And she was like, why? I was like, one, I think you're naturally beautiful. And two, I was like, it's gonna, like, it makes your skin all, like, your skin breaks out and all sorts of stuff. It's like, nah, just be you. Like, I don't wear makeup. You know what I mean? I don't do any of that nonsense. Just be you. I had my Bible, a cup of coffee, and a sunrise, and it felt euphoric. It's insane just sitting outside and watching the sunrise and sunset, just being in tune with nature. 15 to 30 minutes a day is all you need, and your life, your energy can change. Wow, I'm jealous that I can't read like you. No. It's Lover, you can read. Now, we've already been down this path. You've already done this. You've already, yeah. Remember when we were talking about you being a problem child? Uh-huh. Out here making jokes and stuff. I can't read. I can't read like you. How do you know? They get Botox, facelifts, and all that? Why? Yeah, crazy to me. Why would you do that? There is beauty in the wrinkles, okay? Like, it showcases that you have experience. Like, that you've experienced life. And, like, I'm not gonna get a facelift or anything like that. Like, my skin's gonna wrinkle, and I'm gonna look at myself, and obviously there's gonna be days where I'm like, man, I used to look so young. But then there's also gonna be days where I'm like, even though I don't look young anymore, I know so much more about life. And my expectations for life when I was 18 versus when I'm 63 or whatever have changed drastically, right? And it's like, man, if I don't know, you know what I mean? Natural beauty, 100%. 100%. This fixation on trying to constantly look younger, I think, is just, it's weird to me. Be your beautiful natural self. I mean, don't get me wrong, my wife does wear makeup, like she looks beautiful when she wears makeup as well, don't get me wrong. But she doesn't wear makeup like a ton. I think part of that's because I was like, no, like I don't need you to wear makeup. You don't need to wear makeup, you're beautiful. You know? I don't know. You look good the way you is. Let's leave it that way. God didn't make any mistakes. I mean, 100%. Like the side effect of like using Botox and stuff is like, it looks gross when it starts to wear off. Like way worse in my opinion. I start asking questions. I'm like, yo, what is going on? So that's just me though. If you want to spend your money on it, be my guest, whatever. I guess I don't really care, but I do have questions from time to time where I'm like, are you sure that really looks that good? Also, it doesn't help that social media, you sit there and you're like comparing yourself to everybody. You hate reading in general? It's because you're not reading the right books. You know what I mean? You haven't found the book that really hooks you in. When you get a book that hooks you in, it's really hard to put it down. And being short-sighted and having ADHD, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear the excuse. I have ADHD. I am very nearsighted. I wear glasses to help with that, and it does tremendously. I don't want to hear the excuse. I don't want to hear the excuse. Not up in this chat. You lock in, damn it. You lock in. There's a whole world out there for you to experience, and it's in your hand. Yes, you're young, but you can make plans now. All right. You better not use any of those quote unquote problems as an excuse to not go out there and do some great shit. All right. I believe this fundamentally in my soul, in my core. It is our jobs to leave this world in better hands than we receive it. All right? That means you got a responsibility to go out there and be the best person you can fucking be. Period. Despite whatever problems you may have. I don't think I've ever read that. I should look into that. You're very insecure about everything? I've been there. The thing about being insecure, yeah, people can say hateful things and hurtful things, but it's called self-esteem for a reason. At some point, you gotta look at yourself in the mirror and be like, nah, fuck that. You know what I mean? Like, this is the one body I got, and I'm going to make it the best. If that means I gotta start eating better and working out, then that's what I'm gonna do. If that means I gotta wake up in the morning and look at myself and be like, hey, you are absolutely beautiful or handsome or whatever it is, then that's what you need to start doing. You only got one body. So make the most of it. Treat it with absolute respect. That's my point. That's how I view it. That is also very true. Things are not nearly as bad as you think they are. Only you knew, Jay. Well, I hope and I pray that whatever issues you're having to deal with, I hope you come out of those a much stronger and better person. It's all said and done. Boom, 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 boom. Are they gross? I don't know if gross is a word. It's natural. So I don't know if gross is what I would say. I think if there's something that naturally happens and people are grossed out about it, they're immature and need to grow up. I think that's what I'll say. That is such a healthy place to be, Jay. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I would say gross. It's natural, and so I don't know. If people say if people are saying stuff like that, I imagine it's young boys. It's because they're young boys or young teenagers. So there's that. The maturity hasn't kicked in yet, and it won't kick in for a while. just so you know. You doubt guys have a lot of what? Of maturity? No, I can tell you from experience. Yeah, no, we don't. Guys are simple creatures. Okay? For the most part. Most men are just really simple creatures. Okay? So just keep that in mind when you're talking to a guy. In any format, you know? Whether that's just saying hi, that they're probably gonna say something stupid. Something immature and something ridiculous. So you doubt guys have a lot of insecurities? Are you out of your mind? Huh? No, ma'am, no. Let me tell you something. I know we've been talking about some serious stuff. We're gonna get really real here, okay? Guys are overthinkers, but let me tell you something. The majority of the world doesn't give a shit about guys. Okay? A guy will be going through something mentally, and when you try to talk about it, people just brush it off. It is the most infuriating shit I've ever experienced as a man. But also, part of being a man is being able to just, button that shit up and keep moving forward. Guys have tons of insecurities. I have tons of insecurities. I had way more insecurities when I was younger. But it's not shit we talk about, because it's frowned upon when a guy tries to explain what they're going through. People call you and complain to you about not being a man, or, oh, you shouldn't be worried about this, that, and the other because you are a man. It's like, no, it's bullshit, dog. Like, I'm struggling right now and I have nobody to fucking talk to, and no one wants to listen to my struggles. All we want to do is hear about other struggles, this, that, and the other. And so that's why you'll see a guy who looks like they're going through some shit, and then when you're like, hey, what's up? They turn around, they put a fake ass smile on, and they're like, oh, no, I'm good. It's because we've been trained to and this comes from past generations to now and into future generations, and hopefully that can change. Now, that being said, I don't think a guy should sit there and talk about all the shit that's going on in their life. There needs to be a healthy balance of like, nah, I'm in control of my own life. I need to man up and take care of my shit. But also, there are times where yeah, a guy needs to get some shit off his chest. But no, we have plenty of insecurities, plenty of problems. We are way more emotional than what society leads everyone to believe. But yeah, it's kind of the state of things, and so it is what it is. You know what I mean? We aren't allowed to discuss our issues, so we don't know how to deal with it besides hiding it. Exactly. I don't know why that's a thing. Why guys can't cry, why guys can't show emotion, why they can't speak their problems. Like, but you have to understand the dynamics of a man and a woman, historically speaking, is the man was the provider and the protector. Right? And the mother was the woman was the one that took care of all other aspects of the household. And so I'm speaking in terms of like marriage. I'm not going to speak in terms of like solo, you know, if you're not in a relationship. But within the marriage, mom took care of, you know, the household. She took care of the finances. She took care of the cleaning and the cooking. And she was like the glue that kept the household together, while the father was the disciplinarian, the one that gave structure to the household, the one that went out and he made the money, but the wife was the one that would take care of and make sure that the money was going where it needed to go, right? Mom spent most of the time with the kids. And so, you know, when Sally, you know, had a hard day or scraped her knee, who did she run to? She ran to mom because dad was at work. And now we've had this shift where women are working more, which is awesome. Women, if you statistically look, are better at working than guys are. But the point is we've had this crisis where, like, maybe not a crisis, where roles have began to mix together, which is fine, I think, to some degree. But really, mom handled a lot of the emotional side. Dad was the more of the disciplinarian. I'm going to come in and make sure this is how we act. You know what I mean? That is true. No one is perfect. We all have feelings. But imagine, you know, 1,000 years ago when you're outside working all day and mom has had a hard day or wife has had a hard day dealing with the kids, and you come in and you're bitching and complaining about having to nail up a roof all day. She doesn't want to hear that shit. Like, hey, babe, like, I've been with the kids all day. I'm struggling. I gotta get dinner ready. I need you to watch over the kids. They've been a lot today. You can't be weak in front of her. She's having a hard time, so it's your time to step up to the plate. I don't know. It's very frowned upon, and this whole idea of being like a true man nowadays is being frowned upon, and I fucking hate it. But also, when you try to be a true man in the sense that, like, hey, I'm going to talk about, like, yes, I have problems, I have issues going on in my life, and you try to talk about it, and people just ignore that shit, then you're like, okay, so you really don't care. You know, like when someone's like, hey, how was your day? And you start talking about it, and then they like interrupt you or start talking about something else completely different. It's like, oh, you didn't really want to hear how my day was. You know what I mean? Right, there has to be a balance. And that's a hard place to be. That's my whole perspective. I'm sure there are other people out there who have a better perspective and are better at explaining what I just tried to explain, but I think generally speaking, it is the guys are the protectors and quote unquote the providers, and so you shouldn't be crying about this, that, and the other. Go out there and do your shit, period. You know what I mean? It's kind of the thought process. Also, I will say there's a healthy degree of me personally where I'm like, I just don't want to talk about shit. Like, what is that, like, what is me complaining about something going to do for my wife? It's not going to help her. She has her own problems that she's dealing with. The day was hard for, or whatever. Like, me crying about my day. And like, there have been times where she's like, why won't you talk to me? I'm like, because it's not worth talking about. It's not something you can change. It's something that I got to deal with. I just got to man up and make sure that I get it taken care of. Like, it's not that big of a deal, you know? So I think there's a healthy aspect of that. So Jay is 100% correct. Finding that balance. Oh yeah, having a friend group is the best. Having a solid friend group is such a healthy place to be. That being said, I don't know how friend groups work with women, if I'm being completely honest. Women talk about all sorts of stuff in a way that makes no sense to me. I don't know who said that. No one said it. I cook breakfast more often than my wife does. Not that I enjoy cooking. So, I don't know where that stigma came from. I don't think that women can't be protectors. That's not what I'm trying to say. I think from a biological perspective, generally speaking, males are better at protecting than women are. Because biologically speaking, we're naturally stronger, we're naturally faster. Now, if you want to talk about being able to analyze situations and think through processes and make the best decisions, women by far have that ability. Guys can be dumb. So I think there's a natural aspect of like, that's why the male is the quote unquote protector, but it doesn't mean a woman can't protect herself. There are women out there who would whoop my ass. Period, point blank, end of story. But if you get an average woman and you put her in a ring with me, I'm like, she's not beating me. There's a biological difference there. But breakfast, I don't give a shit when you have breakfast. I don't care if you have breakfast at all. Having breakfast is more of a big giant company like marketing thing than it is like humans decide to have breakfast at this time every morning. But also, I don't know if I like the slander on bacon and eggs. That shit slaps. Let's just go ahead and get that out there. Juice is pretty solid too, depending on the juice. Yeah, you find roles within your own relationship. There is a balance. There's definitely a balance. This idea that... Now, I will say there are jobs that, like, I wouldn't... Not that I wouldn't, I like working in the oil industry. Like, going out and actually, digging for oil or doing construction work. I don't know how many women work in those industries. I'm sure there are women that do. But it is a male-dominated industry for a specific reason. You're carrying heavy shit all the damn time. You know what I mean? So, like, that's where, like, the whole equality versus inequality conversation comes into the conversation. Most people, when they're talking about equality versus inequality, are talking about, corporate jobs and stuff like that, which is fine. But if we're going to talk about equality versus inequality, it should be a full spectrum thing. You don't nitpick and choose, like, specific industries. It should be a full thing, while also addressing where there may be some inequalities. Like if you're hiring two people, one's a man, one's a woman, and the woman is more qualified, then obviously she should be the one that's hired. Doesn't matter if the guy's your best friend or whatever the hell, that's my opinion though. You can beat me, it's lover. We're gonna be honest. We put gloves on and step into a ring, I would whoop your ass. You wouldn't have a chance against me. And it wouldn't even be close. One, you are drastically, like, you're young, you haven't even matured yet. Like, my twin siblings, one is a boy, and he's not even, like, he doesn't stand a chance against me. There's no way you could beat me up in a fight. Now, if you had a weapon, definitely have an opportunity to do so. But hand-to-hand combat as someone who, there's no shot. Clip it, chat. Look, I'm gonna be honest. You can clip it all you want, everybody. You can clip it all you want. There are a handful of people that are that are 18 and younger that could probably beat me, and they're probably professional fighters to some degree. But if you're not a professionally trained fighter, and we just happen to get into a boxing ring or whatever, you don't have a chance in hell. Even if you punch me, the chances of you hit, like, you can't even hit me hard enough. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit. Everybody else on the internet wants to tiptoe around topics like this, like, oh no, I would never hit. No, would I ever fight a kid? No, I wouldn't. I would not. But if we're talking about a situation where we're in a ring with gloves on, I'm whooping your ass, period. And about that bullshit. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat that shit. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Anybody else that says otherwise is just being stupid. Yeah, I mean, maybe you could. No, hell no. No, you couldn't. Stop it. Get the fuck out of here. Stop it. That's like me saying I could whoop my dad's ass at 8. No, the fuck I couldn't. What? At 13 years old, I could not have whooped my dad's ass. Huh? What are we talking about? You know what I mean? I avoid physical altercation for lawsuits' sake, but I'm all for mental warfare. Mental warfare is fun. I don't want to get physical. I prefer not to. For legal perspectives, but like, I will run my damn mouth. I will run my mouth. And then sometimes I do the opposite, where I don't say a damn word. And I just stare at you, and people are like, yo, he's kind of weird. Maybe there's something actually wrong with this person. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's what I want you to believe. I need you to think that. I hope you think that. I hope you go to bed tonight wondering, yo, is Splunky or... What the hell is wrong with this guy? You can't hit me, but you can bite? You're 4'5"? You poor little thing. Yeah, that's... Yeah, one knee to the mouth and it's a wrap. My arms might be longer than... My arms might be taller than you. If I were to stretch my arms out... No, I know for a fact my arms are longer than you are tall. That's crazy. That's insane. But it's lovely. You know, remember when we were talking about having delusional confidence? See, look, you're not as insecure as you were putting on. Look at you over here trying to tell me you could bite me and win in a fight. I don't know what is in the water where you live, but I need some. I need some. Because that is some high quality stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Pardon me, guys, gentlemen. Thank you. Now, that being said, would I ever punch? I'll punch my siblings. I don't care how young they are. I do care how young they are. But if, like, my sibling has tried to wrestle me, I've straight punched him in the chest. What did he do? He kicked me, I think is what he did. And that shit hurt. I ain't gonna lie. He kicked me so damn hard. I had to tell him, I said, Trey, if you ever kick me that hard again, I'm gonna whoop your ass. He was like, yeah, but I'm younger. I said, I don't give a shit. You're old enough to know not to kick me that damn hard. You kick me like that again. Kids are unhinged. Damn, not. No. There's a level of unhingedness. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the problem with the internet. Mike Tyson said it best. Y'all are too comfortable talking shit and not getting punched in the mouth. You know what I mean? I couldn't... Like, I grew up on the internet, but I remember a time when there was no internet. Couldn't just walk around saying shit like that. You know what I mean? Now, what I will say is crazy nowadays is, like, the amount of people that are like, nah, I'll just shoot you or stab you. It's like, wait, hold on, dog. I don't want to be stabbed or die. Like, we can fight and duke it out and, like, shake hands afterwards. I'm not interested in dying. Y'all don't want to talk this out a little bit, you know what I mean? Think I'm cocky? Huh. You know, that's okay. I think it's only cocky when... I mean, I guess if you can't back it up, then yeah, it's cocky. But if you can back it up, it's confidence. Is that how it works? I don't really know. I don't really know. But the goal is to be confident. That should be the goal. Be confident. But confidence only comes with time and dedication to, you know, skill. Compensating / projecting. That is true. Each other. You know what that word means? It's claiming you're something when you're not. Basically, telling the world that you're really good at this when you're not. Make that, like, trying to make people believe that you're the best at something when you're not. You know what I mean? Confidence is when you put in a ridiculous amount of work and time into developing a skill and you're like, no, I'm the best at this. That's what you see with, like, professional athletes. There's not a professional athlete that's going to tell you someone is like, someone's better than them. Well, okay, maybe there are, but, like, if you look at, like, superstars in the NFL or in the NBA or any sport, right? If you look at the superstars, there's not a superstar that's going to tell you that there's another player that's better than they are. That's confidence because they put in time. They've proved that they're great. So versus compensating and projecting, you're like, oh no, I'm the best at this. It's like, how could you possibly? You've never done it. You know what I mean? Huh? Damn, I felt like I explained that pretty well. Maybe I didn't. Did I not? Nah, Jay, did I explain that well? Am I crazy? I feel like I explained that well. Maybe I should reword it. Compensating, projecting is lying about how good you are at something. Or lying about what you're capable of doing. Confidence is when you have the ability to back up what you say. There we go. I don't know if I can if I can explain it any better than that. I cooked. All right, bet. Cool. I'm glad I'm not crazy. Don't dog me. Was the second explanation better? I feel like it was good. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. I'll pass. I need some Minecraft. Load up Minecraft right now. What are you doing? Why aren't you playing? I can understand why Jay's not playing. Jay's working, I assume. But you, its lover, you should be playing. You should be playing Minecraft at all times. That's what we do. It's Minecraft or nothing. Or something like that anyways. And Subway Surfer was great. Okay? I don't care what anyone says. That was fun. There was also this game called like Tap Tap Revolution or something like that. It was like Guitar Hero, but on your iPhone, and that was fun. I enjoyed that a lot. But then it got deleted because, you know, copyright problems. Same reason what no! The same exact reason why they got rid of Guitar Hero. But apparently Guitar Hero is coming back. I'm excited about that. I don't know if you guys are, but Guitar Hero is awesome. Yeah, okay, I gotta stop it. Where did I put the... Down here? Where's the slime? I thought I had... Okay, I did. I thought I had slime. I did. We're good. Wait, Guitar Hero's before your time? No way. I mean, I guess you were pretty young. But it came out in like the late 2000s. Even the Tap Tap game came out in like the late 2000s. I guess it was like 2009 to like 2012 or something like that, so that can make sense. Okay, the Tap Tap game was after. I got it. I have school tomorrow. In bed right now, watching you, not sleeping. Girl. I appreciate the support, I do. But like, your sleep is definitely more important. Your school is definitely more important than any amount of carpet that I'm placing today. Please, please, please make. Oh, I'm not recording. Whoops. Please make sure you are taking care of yourself. Sleep is so important. It is so, I can't preface that enough. Sleep is so important. But yeah, Guitar Hero put a lot of people on some great music from the past. At the time, great music from that time period. I'm really excited about them bringing Guitar Hero back. Like, Guitar Hero was ahead of its time, genuinely. I can't imagine how, like, the game was so disturbingly popular. I miss it. I'm not gonna lie, I miss it. I miss it a lot. Granted, I'm not gonna go back and buy it and play it, but I do miss it. It's gonna be great when they bring it back, though. I'm interested to see, like, what songs they're gonna put on it. That's gonna be fascinating. Yes, exactly. I don't have insomnia. Thank the Lord. Because I can't imagine. I don't know, the day is so much better when you sleep, in my personal opinion. Oh my, a year? He definitely died before then. He had to have died before then. I think it's something like after like 72 hours of no sleep, you start hallucinating, and after like 5 or 6 hours or 5 or 6 days without sleep, you start to. That's where like death, the risk of death like skyrockets, and then I think after that it starts getting to like really, really bad. Maybe not. Yeah, 4 hours of sleep every day. Oh, dude, no. Yeah, that's not good at all. Anytime I get like 4 hours of sleep, I feel like I'm dying. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. 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 Yeah. High school? Yeah, high school. You know what high school is? No, you know what high school is. Stop it. Stop it. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Really? I think I did one all-nighter, maybe two, and I was like, I can't do this. I'll just risk it. I either pass the test or I don't. I remember vaguely one real tough all-nighter that I did for a biology exam. That sucked. That sucked. Which is crazy. Like, it is. I think it's been scientifically proven that doing an all-nighter is way worse than actually, like, doing an all-nighter cramming is way worse than actually just, like, doing a very little bit of, like, doing a quick 30 to 45 minute refresher and then just actually getting 8 hours of sleep. You know what I mean? If you're gonna do YouTube, start YouTube as soon as you can, and then no, don't drop out of school unless you got, and don't do Forex. Don't do Forex. I think you have better chances of going to Las Vegas, gambling money, and winning than you do of making money from Forex. Just so you know, statistically speaking. So there's that. Unless you're really, really good at numbers, but you have to understand the stock market. No one understands the stock market. Okay? No one knows what's going to happen. Even the professionals, you're buying into businesses. No one knows what the stock market's going to do. So day trading is not a good idea. That's my own personal opinion, though. So I guess technically you can do whatever the hell you want to. 2 years away, I'm gonna study money. Hey, honestly, that's a great thing to study. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why I dropped out of college, is because I didn't know what I wanted to study. I had no direction. I was obsessed with basketball and YouTube. I'm still obsessed with both of those. And so, you know, have a plan if you can. It will save you a lot of time and a lot of effort. It will also save you a lot of money. Like a ton of money. This place is starting to look sick now that I'm feel like I'm making some kind of progress. We've been zooming on the carpet placing, but it's really starting to get, I don't know. It's really starting to come together. I'm starting to get really excited about this build. I could definitely wait, right? But I also can't wait for this to be completed. I don't know. You're gonna take my advice? Good. Take the advice. I wasted 1.5 years on a degree, then switched majors. Ah, that hurts. Nah, I just questioned my life right then and there. At least Jay had some direction. They were like, they looked at me and they're like, what do you want to study? And I was like, I don't know. For then why did you come to school? It's like, honestly, I wanted to play basketball and my girlfriend came to the school, so that's why. Not the best, most thought out decision. So there's that. But I also knew that I wanted to be a YouTuber, so, and there's not, I mean, maybe you can go to university for that now, but at the time, that was not a thing. It was frowned upon trying to be a YouTuber then. It was like, do not waste your life away trying to make videos and putting them on the internet. But, you know, whatever. Whatever! My life. Let me live it. My life, let me live it. Let me do me, boo-boo. Okay, let me do my thing. Also, are we on a 2800 days? No, we're 3 days away from 2800 days. That's crazy. Feels so good making a little bit of progress each and every day, you know what I mean? Bite-sized chunks. Could I eat an elephant in one sitting? No, but I could do it over a period of time, right? Not the saying or something like that? Big purr. What am I building? So I'm going to be putting an Optic Gaming design on the floor, and then I'm building a giant case around, like box case around this place. And then I'm going to build a planet in the center that's exploding, and then I'm going to build a spaceship that's shooting that planet, causing it to explode. And this whole place will be my membership / subscriber only area. So when you subscribe to like my Twitch or my Kick, or if I ever get it unlocked on TikTok, you'll go into this build. And then if you ever become a member on YouTube, then you'll go into this area. So, and then it's also a monument to Optic Gaming because they're the reasons I got into content creation. So it's like, thank you to them. Speaking of, Call of Duty Champ starts today, so I'm excited to watch some of that. But yeah, that is the plan. That is the plan. So hopefully it turns out really well. I don't know how it will turn out, but we shall see. Hold on, I'm looking at something, sorry. Yeah. It should turn out really cool whenever I finally get it done. I assume I'm gonna finish this sometime next year, like this actual build, but this whole action has been so time consuming. Boom, 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 boom. What time does COD Champ start today? Start at 2:30? I think it starts at 2:30 our time. In a couple hours. You hope that you're the first subscriber? I think I already have 3 members on my YouTube channel. But everywhere else, yeah, you can technically be the first subscriber. But none of that is actually required. But I don't think you were the first subscriber to my YouTube channel, because I had 50 subscribers before the mountain video came out, and if that was the first video you ever watched, I had like 50 or something subscribers at the time. So, I don't want to burst your bubble, but that's also the reality. My nose is itching, or my nostril. I'm thinking about what I want to eat for lunch, and I have no idea. I'm not really hungry, but like, you know what I mean? Like that little weird phase that you get when you're not hungry, but you know that like soon you'll start to get hungry. I'm at that point. You know what I mean? I just don't know what I want to do. I'm not entirely sure. So, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Bro, I thought there was a spider on my wrist. I almost flipped out, guys. That terrified me. We're good, though. I don't know what it was, but it's nothing. I feel like this is faster than placing slime, but I don't think it actually is. I think I've been doing this slower. You just want me to put your name on the top? Okay. Alright. We'll see. I can't be in this build, though. This is the subscriber and membership only area. We'll have to find another area to do that. But who knows when. Huh? Stop it. Stop it. Bum 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 bum. Back of the line. Eat Chipotle? I like Chipotle, but I'm not eating vegetables or grains slash carbs right now. I'm eating basically meat, eggs, and dairy at the moment. So it kind of takes Chipotle off the menu. Also, Chipotle is pretty expensive when I could go buy the same stuff and have multiple meals. And honestly, have I ever tried to like make any like Chipotle barbecue? What is it called? I can't think of the meats that they have, but they have steak and stuff like that. I could probably cook steak better than they make, if I'm being honest. I'm the baby though. I don't matter around here. Get off the block. Thank you. Block. Thank you. That. Or maybe build a giant building dedicated to you and Jay. Ooh. I can add that into the line of things that I might build into the world. Who knows? Who knows? Or you could hop on Minecraft and build a building dedicated to you and Jay. That could also work. You know what I mean? What would that building have? I think it would just be dedicated to me. Love it. Love it. I want to see how many carpet I've placed, but I know that I haven't been placing it very long since we last checked. And if I look, I'm just going to be disappointed in myself. You know what I mean? I want to see major progress, and I'm not. Nah, I don't eat chocolate. Nothing. I basically I haven't cut out sugar. I wouldn't say I've cut it out, but I heavily limit. No, I basically cut out sugar, so no sweets or anything like that. My wife. I'm just gonna giggle. The 3D furnace illusion? Wait, what's the 3D furnace illusion? Like a massive furnace? And a sign with your name next to it? This is Jay. The massive furnace. What if I made like a giant basketball court? That'd be cool. Wait. Nah, it's 3 furnaces, that's it? Ah, wait, how does that work? Wait, you just like set 3 furnaces next to each other? A huge clover? Why a clover? What's the significance of a clover in your world? All I can think about is what's the show? What is it called? Asta from the Clover Kingdom in what's the anime? What's the anime? What's the anime? I can't remember. He got a 5-leaf clover, and his friend got his best friend got the 4-leaf clover. Alright, let me look this up really quick. I have no earthly idea what you're talking about. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, I see. I got you. Got you. Got you. I see it now. Got you. That makes sense. I was so confused. I was like, wait, what? But we're good now. We got it. Black Clover, thank you very much. Your name is Clover? No way. That's such a cool, that's a sick name, actually. I don't know. That is a sick name. I don't think I've ever met anyone named Clover. It's such a cool name. But I've been reading Black Clover, and I'm waiting for the next chapter to come out. I think it's going to be the final chapter. And then whenever they decide to release the final seasons, but I'm stoked about that. Are you lying? That's a sick name, right? Actually, let's fix our elytra really. Oh, you were being silly. It's not your real name, which I understand why you didn't say your real name. But Clover is actually a sick name. That is an actual sick name. Okay, there. Let's... What's my name? Oscar. My name is Oscar. You can call me Splunky. Oh, I gotta pee. We're gonna see if I can knock out this inventory before I go use the restroom, though. Big O. Yep, that was my nickname in high school. Everyone called me Big O. Wait, why are you saying bro like that? Don't you make fun of my name? The only one I got. You're saying it like Oscar's a bad name. A perfectly fine, beautiful, strong name. Or something like that. Gotta re-up on that coffee. Heck yeah, been there, done that. I feel ya. Oh. There we go. Toasty is my nickname. That's a fun nickname too. Toasty. I've heard this song way too many times. You know what? I don't know. That would be sick if I got that. I don't know if YouTube hands out rewards like that, but yeah, my goal this year in the next 12 months is to get to 1 million subscribers. Because that is an insane goal that doesn't even make like it doesn't even compute in my mind. So that's what we're trying to do. We'll see how high I get. I don't know. I know that's not a simple task. You got to make really, really good content to do that. So, hello? Well, thank you. My mom hated my name growing up. Or not growing up. When I was like first born, she really did not like my name because my dad's the one that named me. And she was like, why that? And so she would say my name under her breath when people would ask what my name was. And they would have to ask her multiple times before she said it loud enough for them to understand. Loud and clear enough for them to understand. So, I don't know. But that's my name. I ain't changing it. Which, I know some people change their names. That's never made sense to me. You know what I mean? I think, I don't know. I know some people don't like their names, and my sister, she doesn't like her name, but it is what it is, I guess. Well, she doesn't like her middle name. She likes her first name. But growing up, we called her her middle name. Like, we used her middle name and didn't call her by her first name. And then when she got older, she was like, no, I want to be called by my first name. Like, all right, cool, whatever. Still a little bit weird, even though it's been going on for a few years. Or for a while now, but yeah, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind placing carpet. I can't remember the last time I blinked. Okay, I just blinked, but like prior to that, I think it had been like 30 seconds. How many times is it like how often should you blink? Is there a time frame on that? I don't know. I mean, should you be blinking a certain amount of times? Bum, bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Hey! Oh, my body. Ah, that feels good. Oliver, that's a cool name. I like that one. He's returned with his cup of joe. Yeah. I think of Oliver and Company. That was a good movie. But I think Oliver's a cool name. Obviously, I'm kind of biased when it comes to the name Oscar. I think it's an awesome name. Now, granted, I would never name any of my kids after me. That's my name. Like, giving someone Oscar Jr.? Nah, bro. You gotta have your own name. I would never. That's just me. You don't have a middle name? Fred, sup? Got a hand massage today? Let's go. Let's go. Wait, you don't have a middle name either? Nah. I feel like you're doing one of those tricks. I feel like you're doing one of those tricks again. Bum, bum. I do. But Jay figured it out. Jay was like, I got it. We gotta figure out how to change my government name or my YouTube name from my government name to something else. Which is probably pretty smart when you think about it. I've got to go to the bathroom, but I want to get rid of this inventory of carpet first, so that's what we're working on. I'm locked in at the moment. Locked in. Let's fly. Are we friends IRL or something? No. Dylan, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Not friends in real life. There is someone named Mumbo Elite who comes into the YouTube chat every now and then. Or the TikTok chat, and he's one of my best friends. I do know him IRL, so. But no, everybody in chat right now I've never met in person. We've just had a lot of conversations over the past, I don't know, couple of months that I've been streaming, month or two or something like that. So he's not wrong. I'm too old to, not too old to be his friend. But like there was no crossing paths because I'm older than he is. Dum, dum, dum. Jay, she was laughing at you calling me old. It's okay though. I've accepted it, guys. It is what it is. I can't change it, you know? Oh wait, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Is my birthday around March or October? It's closer to October. My birthday's in September. So I was supposed to be a Halloween baby, but I was a preemie and decided I was gonna come visit the. Won't answer then? Dang. I know, I'm a September baby. A fall baby. Which, by the way, when Nickelodeon and Disney gave out the colors for the seasons when they would do like the summer competitions based off your birthday, they always gave fall like this dumb, weak, boring color. And then they gave like the summer / spring babies all the really cool colors. Used to run me hot, guys. Used to run me hot. Summer and spring would have red and blue. My favorite color is blue, or like purple or something sick, and then I'd get like brown or orange or green, and I'd be like, or yellow, and I'd be like, nah, don't give me that trash color. Don't give me that. Give me something good. You know what I mean? I should play Hollow Knight. I don't even know what that is. Am I Scorpio? No, I'm Libra. Libra. I don't know what any of it means, but that's what I am. So there's that. I'm balanced, I guess. I have no idea. Alright, I'm gonna go to use the restroom really quick. I've got to go. Hollow Knight is tough. Is that a difficult game? I don't do difficult games, alright? I'm a baby. That's why I play It's so fun. That's why I play Minecraft. I'll have to take your word for it. Could have been, but you missed the mark. Dang. You could tell. I don't know how, but hell yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Sorry about that. That took a little longer. My wife was folding some laundry. So, folded some laundry, and I, out of respect for her, I wanted to get that taken care of. Yo! Fred with the likes. Goodness gracious, dude. Thank you. Yo, 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 yo. Let's see. W husband, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I was trying to take care of that stuff. Got a hand massage today? Heck yeah, Fred. Hope your hand feels great. Let's see over here. Right? I'm trying to be a good husband. Some days are better than others. My wife can attest to that. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Flying at the moment. Flying! I think here in about 30 minutes I'm gonna have some jalapeno sausage and cheddar sausages and some like chicken sausage things that I'm gonna heat up. I'm starting to get a little hungry. You know how it goes. Yeah, no, absolutely they are. It takes a lot of work. I mean, you gotta think about it. When you first enter a relationship, you go from like not living together, right? And so like if you're having a hard day or if you need your own space, you just go home. But when you get married or if you move in together, you know, your safe space or your space to like cool down or whatever is somewhere else. Got my hands checked out since the massager said my hands too stiff. Doc said I needed to rest my hands, but who listens to doctors? That's, you know, a lot of people don't listen to doctors. I highly recommend that you do, but you know, live your own life also, right? Do your thing. Yeah, when you move into the same space with your significant other, whether you're married or not, all of a sudden, yo, that scared the mess out of me. 2,000 likes, thank you, Fred. It's 8 p.m., I'm getting tired. It's lover. Go to sleep then. Go to sleep, sleep well. But when you move in and you have an argument or a disagreement, or if you're just tired of each other, you gotta find like a safe space within that, you know what I mean? Go to bed, you're in the same room, right? I mean, I guess you could sleep in a different room. It seems a little odd to me, but each their own, I suppose. Yeah. But if you're willing to go through all that, usually the relationship it gets stronger. You become more fond of each other. A number of things. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. My middle finger is so licked. This button. Oh, how many times? Let's see. Where are we at statistically? 84,000. We have placed 14,000 pieces of carpet since I last checked. That feels good. But I don't want to miss your streams. You know what you do? You plug your phone in and you just leave the stream going. Or something like that, I guess. So then you're technically not missing it. You're just unconscious during. You're just asleep, not paying attention to the stream. There you go. Xavier, what's up, dog? You still not done placing the carpet? Nah, bro. I've placed 84,000 pieces of carpet. I gotta place a total of there's 263,000, like 160 something blocks of slime. And honestly, I think I'm pretty sure that I'm placing carpet a little bit slower than I was placing slime. I don't know why that is, but I'm trying. Jay said I'll hold it down for everybody. That's true. That's true. Dylan's like devoted. Absolutely devoted. So you don't have to miss out. You just, you know, go sleep, leave the stream running if you want to, and then technically you were, you know, You didn't miss out anything. Now, you may not know what actually happened. I can tell you what's going to happen. You're going to wake up, look at the end of the stream, and realize that I'm still placing carpets. Like, that's really what's going to be happening. You think you passed out and woke up in your stream before? I wouldn't be surprised. There have been times where I've started a stream a long time ago. It hasn't happened recently, but a long time ago where I started a stream and streamed like 12 or 15 hours or something like that. Someone went to bed as I started the stream, or within like an hour, and then woke up and they're like, "You're still streaming?" And I was like, "Yeah." Yeah, I am. What version is my Minecraft world? 1.21.4. I don't know when I'll update. Maybe when, 1.22 comes out, possibly. I don't know. They come, since they're coming out with updates more often. I don't want to like constantly update since I have mods. So we're gonna stay with 1.21.4 for a little bit, and then we'll update later on. But I also have to make sure that I make a backup of my world whenever that day comes, Stop the cap. I'll wake up at 5 a.m. for school. Ugh. That's so early for school. It is so early for school. I also don't know what makes you think I'm capping. I'd never. Ever. Not never, ever, 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 ever. Dun. Will the gaslings be of any use to me? Probably not. I mean, I have elytra. I mean, maybe if I'm trying to build something, but I've heard that they move really, 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 really slow, and so I don't know if it's gonna be worth it. Yeah, I guess there could be some usefulness if I'm, like I said, if I'm like building something and I need to go up and like fly up and down. But you also have other ways of doing that, so I really have no clue. Why what, Dylan? Why wake up at 5 a.m.? Yeah, that's a great question. Why wake up at 5 a.m.? Cool. It seems so early. Like disturbingly early. And don't you have to raise the gaslings to be a happy guest? I don't know, that seems kind of a... Morning study is from 6:30 to 7:40 a.m. What the heck? Okay. Yes, you can. My elytra, I have unbreaking and mending on it. I don't know, I think that's all you can put on elytra. I don't think you can put anything else. "3:38 a.m. I am not an early riser. I hate waking up early. It's just, I don't know, it's really weird. I'm an 8 a.m. kind of guy. 8 or 9 a.m. YOLO! Oh, he's going for it. Fred with more likes. Thank you. What the helly? I should start saying that. I have to do the same, but it's because early morning PE, which is optional. Yee. I mean, I like waking up relatively, I don't know. 3 a.m. ain't no way. 5 a.m. is kind of a push. Like, I've done it. 6 a.m. I think I'm okay with, but I prefer 7 or 8 a.m. If I'm being honest. By the way, you said you're into fitness. I wanted to know your option on using roids. I think it's a terrible idea unless you're like trying to get into bodybuilding competitions. There's no reason that you should be using roids. Now, I guess testosterone, depending on if you have low test, is an okay option in my opinion, but using steroids just because is such a terrible idea. And I think like one, it's really, really hard on your body. Like you got to be very, very, very careful with it. But like if you're 20 like I've seen Instagram influencers who are on steroids and they're like, yeah, I'm just trying to get big. It's like, first off, let's make one thing clear. You can use steroids and that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have like a great looking body or all this muscle. Like you still have to put in a ridiculous amount of work. You have to eat properly. You got to train hard. Like, let's make sure that we understand that. But yeah, no, I think steroids is stupid. Like just, if you're going to do it, that's your choice. Be very, very careful and make sure you know what the hell you're doing. But don't just take steroids because you think that's going to build muscle. That's not it. You got to work your ass off, even if you're on steroids. There's that. I'm a Ghost Monkey. When are you streaming again? I may. Let's see. My wife starts working next week, or tomorrow. So, when she's working, I usually stream in the evening, my time, and so I don't know, maybe tomorrow. But those are like it's kind of random. Over the next 7 days, it's going to be random streams whenever. But the following Friday, so not tomorrow, but the Friday after is when I'll have like a normal stream again. So, in a week. Influencers nowadays use roids but claim to be all natural. That I also hate that. 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. kind of guy. Day one of bulking. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get big. Get big. The average bodybuilder doesn't make it past 35. That's actually kind of insane. You really got to be careful with that stuff. You're messing with hormones and your blood work. I don't know. I want to be healthy and I want to be athletic, but also you have to understand, like, you're getting older. Your body you're eventually not going to be able to do all that stuff. You know what I mean? No matter what you take, eventually age will catch up. Like, time is undefeated. So, I don't know. Like I said, do what the hell you want to do. Just be smart about it. I am a great advocate for being natural, being healthy, and just living an active, healthy lifestyle. Your science teacher is like 70. He was a bodybuilder. He's chill, but big. I love that. Okay, good night, Sluggy. This was a good stream. Keep it up. Thank you, Lover. Have a great night. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Do well in school, all right? Study hard. Or whatever the hell. Whatever the helly. What was your inspiration or driving force on working out constantly? Like, I tried once, but couldn't be consistent. So I was an athlete starting from the age of 12 until I competed. I did competitive basketball until I was 23, 22. And then I stepped on a scale and it said, hey, you fat fuck. It's basically what happened. And then I had kids and I was like, I want to live longer. I want to be around for my wife. I want to be around for my kids. I want to be around for my grandkids. And then more recently, within the past couple of months, there was a picture of me sitting outside at a park with my brother. We were watching our kids play, and I saw my love handles, the fat on my hips, and I was like, "There's no fucking way I look like that." And so that was the big reason. I was like, "You are way too fucking fat, and it's no one's fault but your own." So it's time to get your fat ass in a gym and on a treadmill and start lifting weights and eating healthy. So there's that. That was my inspiration. Tired of being a fat, lazy piece of shit. So. That may sound really harsh, but I was really pissed off and tired of being a fat slob. So, yeah. All I have to say, that has been my motivation. But I've always loved working out. So, I've always loved lifting weights. I haven't always loved running, but I do enjoy running now. But working out has always been something that I've loved. So it was never really, maybe when I first started when I was younger, like 12 or 13, it was a little difficult to get me started, but after that, within a couple of weeks, I was like, oh no, I kind of love this shit. I really love feeling progress, you know what I mean? So, and seeing progress. My reason was because of simple schoolyard elementary bullying, and with me being a people pleaser, hell, Fred, that's one way of doing it. Yeah, I mean, there's a number of reasons why you start working out. Fred was to be able to handle and protect himself if things start getting crazy. Others, it's like, I just don't want to be fat. That's my case. Others, it's like, oh, I'm an athlete and I want to be a better athlete. That was also part of the reason when I was younger. I don't know, just depends. I play soccer, so bulking is a terrible option as I need more stamina and speed. I play it decently competitive. Yeah, I guess treadmill is the only equipment I can work on for dexterity. I mean, I think there is a case for weightlifting. I think it depends on the type of weightlifting that you're doing. I think everybody in every type of, if you're doing anything that is performance based from a physical standpoint, there needs to be some kind of weightlifting. Now, you don't have to go in there and throw, 300 pounds on a bar and you do squats, right? But like, there should be some kind of functional lifting, because muscle is incredibly important. I wanted to look good. It worked. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Like for me, I'm 6'4" and I couldn't dunk when I was a sophomore in high school. I started lifting really well. I really couldn't dunk a whole lot very well when I was in high school at all. And then I started lifting, and all of a sudden I was able to dunk practically however I wanted. So like, I mean, there is definitely a case to be made to like lift weights. It's really important, but it depends on how you do it and having good form while you're doing it. But I can imagine there's a world where, I bet you if you look at the top soccer players in the world, they all lift weights to some degree. There's no way they don't. This idea that you're gonna like put on tons of muscle. First off, it is not easy to build muscle. I mean, unless you're brand new to lifting weights. But it is a whole lot harder to build muscle than people realize. But also, like, you're not gonna put on 50 pounds of muscle out of nowhere. It's going to be a gradual thing, and if you're running as much as you run in soccer, your body's going to balance itself out. You know what I mean? A long distance runner and bulking would be so bad. Now, if you're doing long distance running like that, that's a little different, but you still should be lifting weights to some degree, because building muscle, building up your joints, lifting that weight is going to help with overall like injury prevention. That's why a lot of long distance runners lift weights, or well, I don't know if a lot do, but I know there have been a lot of cases where there were long distance runners who were dealing with a bunch of injuries. They started lifting weights, functional weightlifting for, endurance races, and they helped with preventing injuries. So, I mean, you should be lifting weights at some point. See, I bulk for height. I don't even know how that works, Fred, but hell yeah. What do you think is a good way to lose face fat? There's no good way of losing. So here's the thing. There's this idea that if I do this certain exercise, I'm going to lose fat from my face or from my gut or from my legs. Your body randomly decides where you're going to lose fat. So you could take 5 different people, have them do these same exact exercises, and they're going to lose fat from different areas of their body entirely different. It's random. So the best thing you can do is just eat in a calorie deficit, work out relatively well, hit your protein markers, your goals there, and try to maintain as much muscle as you can while you're working out, and eventually you'll start losing fat in your face. I wish I was good at cardio. I have fast twitch muscle, so I'm more explosive. I'm like a balance. I'm not super fast. I don't have super fast. I don't know. I have a healthy amount. Like, I have enough explosiveness, fast twitch muscles to get out, but I also like yesterday, I ran 3.7 miles on the treadmill at a 5-mile pace. Felt good. Like, so 12 minute miles. Felt relatively good the entire time. But that's something I've worked on over the past few months. I don't know. Running has grown on me, but I also love lifting. Cutting out sugars lowers face inflammation, I think. Yes, cutting out sugar will help with sugar and carbs. Help with cutting those out. Help with inflammation, as well as like carrying water weight. I'm pretty sure they carry a lot of water weight, as well as like salt. What is your daily calorie intake? White sugar is extremely deadly. I don't know what my daily calorie intake is. Somewhere between 25 and 2,800 calories is what I'm supposed to hit. I don't track any of that. I just try and hit my protein, because I don't really eat carbs. So I just eat fats and protein, and I just try to make sure I hit my protein markers. And if I hit that, I've won the day. But also, based off of my Apple Watch, I don't know how accurate it is. I'm burning anywhere between 1,100 and like 1,300 calories when I do a workout. So there's that. So I don't really track my calories. I eat a bunch of meat. I eat a bunch of, not a bunch, but I'll eat dairy. It's really just meat and dairy and eggs. And if I'm hungry, I eat. If I'm not hungry, I don't. Doing that, I've actually been at a plateau for about, 3-ish weeks now. But I'm wondering if, because I'm starting to lift heavier, if my body is still burning, like based off of how I feel and the way that I look, I know that I'm still burning body fat, but I think I'm also replacing that with muscle. So I'm interested to see where my body ends up in the next couple of months as I continue eating this way and working out this way. I'm not seeing it translate to the scale nearly as much, but it is what it is. You eat 3,000 to 4,000 calories to maintain. I could eat that relatively, yeah, to maintain my current body weight, I would have to eat that much, but I'm trying to lose weight, so. And since I eat nothing but basically meat, dairy, and eggs, it's a whole lot harder. Like, I'm not hungry. Like, I'm about to go cook some sausage. I'm starting to get hungry, but like, I haven't been hungry all day, and it's what? It's 1:30. I don't really have time to lift weights though, and I think running is good enough as an exercise. Do what you want to. Like, the fact that you're working out is better than not. Whether it's weightlifting, whether it's running, whether it's rowing or riding a bike, whatever. Like, go out there and exercise. If it's walking, who the hell cares? Just go exercise. You know what I mean? So, if you don't like weightlifting, then you don't like weightlifting. You know what I mean? I personally love it. I think it's important. I love the idea of being a hybrid athlete. I want to be athletic. I want to be able to jump. I want to be able to play basketball. I want to be able to go into the gym and throw around some heavy weight. I mean, I don't do anything with like very rarely do I put a bar on my back anymore because of my lower back. But I'll get on the, you know, the little half squat machine every now and then, or the leg press machine, and you know, put 5 or 6 plates on there and get active. It just kind of depends. Hack squat, not nearly that much. Hack squat is a very difficult angle, and I probably put 2 to 3 plates on there. 3 plates being the max, because it's a really good exercise to really focus in on those quads, but really the whole lower body, the glutes, all of that, from my experience. But yeah, no, I don't know. I love lifting weights. It feels fun. It feels fun to grab dumbbells on bench press that are like 70, 80 pounds and just knock out 3 sets of 12 reps. It feels good. Love that, you know? I think fruits are a great alternative to sweet foods because current sugary items from corporations contain so much calories, it takes an enormous amount of time to lose it. That is very true. I don't really eat fruit, mainly because I have eczema, and my eczema is clearing up the past few weeks. And then I ate a couple of apples the past couple of days, and it seems to be causing my skin to flare up, and I don't know why. And it like itches really bad. So I'm trying not to eat a whole lot of fruit right now. I don't know what it is, but I love fruit, dude. I love fruit. Weightlifting is for more functionality, cardio is for health. I agree. I agree 1,000%. I want a mixture of both. I want to be able to run long distances and for long periods of time. Like, my goal right now is to run a marathon. I've never done that, but I also want to have some muscle on me. You know what I mean? I'm fine with being a big boy. Thoughts on a face cam? I don't have a face. I mean, I have a face cam, but I don't have it turned on because I don't really want anyone to know what I look like right now. Not that I don't know. I don't know how large my channels are gonna get from a content creation perspective, and the idea of like getting to a point where I'm so large that people start recognizing me out in public is kind of, I'm naturally really shy, and so it's kind of daunting, and I don't ever want to be in a position where I have to like think about going out in public. I also have family, so I got to keep that in mind, you know what I mean? So I don't know. You only like pineapples? Pineapple is my favorite fruit. Without a doubt, my favorite fruit. Wait, let's see. How tall were you when you were, I don't know, 17? You said you were 6'4". Yeah. When I was 17, I was 6'4". So when I was, let's see, going into high school, I was 13, gonna turn 14. I was 5'11". My freshman year, I hit like 6'1". My sophomore year, I think I hit 6'2", and then my junior year, I hit 6'4". So you also hear that tall people usually carry more weight. Well, yeah, probably. But I know that they carry more weight. Like, if you saw me in person, you obviously you're gonna think I'm big, but like I'm 300 pounds. Probably a physique check, maybe. Fred, never. I probably will never do that. Oh, Fred, thank you for the likes. I appreciate that. That's 3,000. I will probably never do a physique check online. I don't know. Because the only person that I care about the way I look is my wife. I could give 2 shits what you guys think about how I look. I hope that's not like rude to say, but even if it is, I don't give a shit what you guys think about my physique. The only thing that matters is me and my wife, period. But yeah, no, I carry, like, I've told people that I'm 300 pounds, and most people are like, no, you're not. And I'm like, that's not what the scale says. That scale says, yes, I am 300 pounds. So I guess it depends on the person, but yes, you can carry more weight. I mean, anybody can be 300 pounds, right? Now, whether or not it looks like you're 300 pounds or if you carry that weight, quote unquote, well, depends on how tall you are. I can't float in water? Ooh. Can I float in water? Yes, but it's very difficult. I struggle with it. I don't think I have dense bones. I think I just have a decent amount of muscle mass. Like an okay amount. Honestly, I'm probably helped out a lot by my fat, to be honest with you guys. I'm pretty sure fat floats. I'm skinny as hell. Let's see, we carry more weight due to us having more meat. That's one great way to look at it, Fred, yeah. Yeah, I can't... Even at my skinniest, let's see, when I was playing in college, my lightest that I got was like 215 pounds. I still had like a belly on me. I probably, like, I feel like I would look sick if I was 190 pounds. There was a time when I lived in LA and I didn't have enough money to buy food, and so I was like eating rice and beans for like a month or two. And I got real skinny. Like, I looked sick. I looked really sick. So I think 220 pounds is probably a healthy place for me. I really don't know. My goal is to just get down to like between, I don't know, 10 and 15% body fat. That's really my goal. And then just to have a really strong heart. Other than that, I could care less about anything else. I don't care what the weight is as long as I'm healthy. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Right, Jay. Yeah, I had a doctor tell me that. I'm gonna pop off. I'll chat when hand cramps come. All right, sounds good, Fred. I had a doctor tell me I was 100 and like 200 pounds. I was on some medication when I was younger, and I basically stopped eating. I think it had to do with my ADHD, and I dropped like 30 or 40 pounds, and I was like 200 pounds at the time. And they're like, yeah, we need you to be somewhere around 180. And my mom was like, doctor, do you see him? He already is starting to look sick. There is no way. That's the problem with BMI, is like it doesn't account for muscle mass or anything like that. It's just like, oh, you're this weight, and based off of that, probably unhealthy. So converting American pounds to the universal kilogram is so hard to understand. Like, bro, why do y'all have to use pounds and miles? It makes me use my brain to convert it. Okay, I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. I didn't set it up. All right, I wasn't here that day. You know what I mean? I wasn't even a thought. Okay, my parents weren't even here. My grandparents weren't even here. We weren't even thoughts at the time. Yo, Fred, thank you for the 4,000 likes, dog. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Dylan, I'm 5'8", 100 pounds. Dear Lord, you are skinny. I think I hit 100 pounds when I was in like the 3rd grade. I'm not even kidding. I was a big boy. I'm still a big, I'm a pretty big man. Not the biggest in my family, but I am a big man. So there's that. Gonna get back in the gym. 1 pound equals 2.2 kilograms. Simple? Nah, bro, I struggle with all that. Wait, so if I'm 300 pounds, that makes me 600 kilograms? No way that's right. No way that's right. You're a twig? I can tell, but you're a long distance runner, so that kind of makes sense. I bet you it's so hard to keep weight on you. My stomach is growling. I'm gonna go throw the sausages in the microwave. Yeah, there's no way it makes me 600 kilograms, right? It seems insane. But why don't I just look it up really quick? Let's look how much I weigh. This is what I weighed the other day. Okay, So the conversion rate, 303.4 pounds is what I weighed. Equals I'm 137.62 kilograms. You divide pounds by kilograms? Oh. I didn't know that. Did not know that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my lunch. Give me like, maybe not 10 minutes. I'm gonna get started. I'll go back in there and grab it here in a minute. I'm a little dumb and locked myself out of the office. Whoops. Okay. Sit backwards, my bad. All good. I turned down volume to listen to my music and lock him. Might be if I don't respond. No, you're good. You're good. You're good, Fred. Don't worry. I had to, I ran inside, locked myself out of the office. This music is taking me to a place I've never been before. Good. That's what I like to hear. But yeah, I don't look as overweight as I actually am, which I don't know. I don't think that's a good thing, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, I'm good though. But I am down a total of about 50 pounds since I started my weight loss journey. Or 40 pounds. 40 pounds, excuse me. So that was like 2 years ago. Then I gained some of it back, and then I gained about 15 of it back, and now I'm down that 15 that I gained. So now we're about to enter into the positive of just feeling good, losing weight. So basically eating nothing but meat and fat. I'm feeling really good, to be honest. Like feeling insanely good. Better than I've felt in a very, very, very long time. I am thirsty. Sadly, I'm beginning to run low on water, but whatever. Fats are so important for you. Despite what the health industry says, like we vilified fat for some reason. But yes, fats are incredibly healthy for you. So honestly, the worst thing out there is all the processed grains and crap that they give you. I would be willing to say that it is better for you to go buy a processed, I say processed, but like it's better to eat sausage than it is to eat cereal. Like this idea that the food, like if you just look at the food pyramid, you understand how insane it is. They're like, you need to eat like 12 servings of bread. You want me to eat like 3/4 of a loaf of bread every day? Are you insane? You know what I mean? Yes, I've done a few of those. Midnight, like from 12 a.m. until like 2 a.m. workouts, going home and just passing out. Some of the best. I've also done early morning workouts going home and passing out afterwards. Matter of fact, when I was an athlete, I used to train with my dad, and there was a number of times over the years when I worked out with him, especially like at the beginning of the summer when I hadn't been working out that hard, other than like the training that we did at school. I would fall asleep. I wouldn't finish the workout, and I'd fall asleep inside the weight room, and he would just wake me up because he was a coach and he had to be there, and he would just wake me up when it was time to leave. The food pyramid was propaganda. Oh, 1,000%. Don't get me wrong, Cheerios, I love cereal, but like the idea that I'm supposed to eat 12 servings of grains a day, like I'm a damn cow, the hell? Even if you look at our digestive tracts, it's more similar to meat eaters than it is plant eaters. Just the way our digestive tracts are lined out in our bodies and how they operate, so. I felt way worse when I was eating a ton of grains and a ton of vegetables than I have ever felt eating a ton of meat and fat. I feel way better eating meat. I feel way better eating fat. My energy level is through the roof 99.9% of the time. My thinking is clear. Everything is better. I sleep a whole lot better, like more often than not. I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist or anything like that, so I don't know if that's actually true, but based off of how I feel, I find it hard to believe that I should be eating nearly as much vegetables and fruits and grains as we are told You know what I mean? Have I ever wanted to? Yes, that was my dream for a very long time. Absolutely, Jay. Being able to scream, get loose, just go crazy. Got music blasting in the headphones. Sometimes the music in the gym is pretty lit too. It's just you versus you and the weights. Ah, feels so good. But yeah, Xavier, for the longest time, my dream from the age of 12 until I was 23 was to go to the NBA. I don't think I ever would have made it. I did have to deal with some back injuries. I think I was good enough to play professionally overseas, but back injuries basically stopped me from trying to pursue that. So, fruits and vegetables are very important, bro. I don't eat them at all, and I feel better than I've ever felt. I'm not saying they're not important. I don't know. If you want to eat them, eat them. I just feel way worse when I do. They also make me, like, my skin condition worse. I have eczema, and it makes it worse when I eat them. Versus when I eat meat, it doesn't happen at all. Like, it clears up for the most part. So, I don't know. I've been eating nothing but meat basically for 2 months and haven't had any issues. I feel pretty good. I've had some fruit during that time, but every time I have fruit, like, I'm more inflamed. My recovery time when I work out is way worse. Eat whatever the hell you want to. Let me go ahead and put that out there. So, eat whatever the hell makes you feel the best. That's what I recommend you eat. Injuries, yep. I've torn my ACL and fractured my femur in my left leg. And then I have 2 bulging discs in my lower back, my L4 and my L5, the bottom 2 vertebrae. Those discs are bulging. So I don't know how bad it is. That was a few years ago when I found out, but I basically lost the feeling in the bottom half of my body. I didn't lose the feeling. I started to lose the feeling. Like, my legs were going numb, and it's really weird when, like, you try to tell your legs to move and there's like a delayed response. It's like they kind of listen. I don't know how to explain it. Yes, I will do supplements for the vitamins and stuff, but the best that I've ever felt is when I don't eat vegetables, grains, or a whole lot of fruit. Maybe a little bit, but you also have to think about think about our ancestors, right? We were hunter-gatherers. We never had this much access to fruits and grains. There was always some level of meat around, right, and fat, but we never had this much access to fruits. It happened during one season, maybe 2 throughout the year, and for a very short period of time. And then when you think about it, like, there was no way, if I living where I live, right, in the USA, I never would have experienced, like, bananas. That would never be a thing. You know what I mean? You eat normal and follow orthodoxis. If that works for you, great. That's my thing. Eat whatever works for you. I just know for me what has worked best is just eating meat and eggs and dairy. And that's how I feel the best. I'm an advocate for eat whatever you want to that makes you feel the best and makes you feel the healthiest at the end of the day. So, you know, I don't know. I don't care if you eat vegetables. Makes no difference to me. It's not my damn life, you know what I mean? If you don't eat carbs, you can't function. I felt pretty sluggish the first couple of weeks. But, yeah, becoming fat adapted it can take up to like 8 months. Yo, Fred. Thank you. 6,000. Yes, so yes, fiber, if you're eating high vegetables or if you're eating carbs and stuff, yes, you need fiber to help push that out of your system. But if you're eating meat and a high fat diet, you don't need fiber. What your body does is it releases bile, which comes from your gallbladder, and bile is what's used to help break down the fat, and so you don't need fiber. And matter of fact, bowel movements have been better not eating fiber than they've ever been while eating fiber. For me personally, again, if it works for you, do whatever you want to. I don't give a shit. But for me, it has worked better not having fiber in my system. Matter of fact, I used to consume a lot of fiber and a lot of carbs because I was an athlete. I find that I work out better now than I ever have. One, because I'm more consistent, but there's something for me about eating meat and dairy and not having like I don't feel bloated. I feel like my muscles feel stronger. I feel my skin feels tighter. I feel more athletic. I don't know how to explain it. I just feel better than I've ever felt in my life. So, and here's the thing. This is what really made me start thinking about what was really healthy for me to eat. Like, nothing wants to die. Nothing wants to be eaten, right? That includes plants. Despite the fact that they don't talk to us, they don't want to be eaten. But how do they defend themselves? Animals, humans, cats, dogs, wolves, they have teeth or they have claws. They have some kind of way of defending themselves, right? Well, how do plants do that? They can't move, they can't run. So they do it from a biological, using basically poisons, right? They have defense mechanisms that they use, they pump out into their leaves and stuff while you eat them. So depends on your gut biome. Exactly. It really depends on what you eat more often. I'm gonna go for a run. I'll be back to lock in. All right, Fred, enjoy that run, dog. Really depends on what you eat. Meat, eggs, and Gatorade seem like a pretty uncommon combination. I don't drink Gatorade. I drink water. 99% of the time I drink water. And if I need electrolytes, I put salt in there. But yeah, I mean, it's not normal. We've been taught to eat. Okay, no, carnivore diet is not good. Are you sure about that? And how do you know? What research do you have to back that? My only question is, who are the people that are putting out the science saying that carnivore diet is bad? And what about there? I mean, there are groups of people on the planet that eat nothing but meat. There's a number of tribes in Africa that eat nothing but meat and dairy. There is a tribe that lives in Alaska and up north that eat nothing but dairy and meat because nothing else grows. So to claim that carnivore diet is bad is not necessarily true. Because there are people on the planet who are some of the healthiest people on the planet only eat meat and dairy. Now, it may not work for you, sure. But also, like, if you're like eating nothing but plants isn't necessarily good. Your health class? I mean, have you ever looked at a vegan? Have you ever seen how many supplements they have to consume and how much food they have to consume? You're eating all damn day. They're always hungry. Most of them are really, really skinny. They start to look sick after a certain amount of time. There are some that look really, really healthy. But like, if you're eating nothing but fruits and vegetables, right? And then you're turning around and having to consume, 10 or 15 pills from to supplement other vitamins, that not raise questions to you? That raised questions for me. I took a nutrition class. I know, I understand. I get what you're saying. I'm not saying that the nutrition class is wrong. What I'm saying is maybe there are options out there that we aren't being taught on, or we're being taught necessarily the wrong information. The question is, could it be possible that there are better alternatives than just sitting there eating vegetables all day? Maybe. I don't know. I think anything that's better than the US diet is going to be better for you. Exactly, Jay. We have vilified red meat and we have vilified fat when there was no reason to do so. If you go back and look at some of the scientific documentation about what makes, like, when the US started to decide that fat was bad, you have to understand at the time they basically, it was a big giant food corporation that hired a scientist to do a study, right? The guy started doing a study and found a link between red meat and heart disease. But what they did not consider at the time was that this was in the 50s when everybody smoked. We also know that there is a huge correlation between smoking cigarettes or smoking in general and heart disease, but they did not include that in the study. But if you go back to the 1930s, 1940s, 1920s, and you look at photos from people at that time, there's not a fat person in sight. And their main diet at the time was meat, dairy, and that's really it. I mean, I'm sure there was vegetables and stuff thrown in, carbs to some degree. Having a mixed diet is fine, but I think ultimately you should do what works best for you. You have to supplement for carnivore diets. You have to have salt supplements. So you need to have salt. There are supplements that you can take, like so there's certain items that you can get, like if you don't like the taste of liver, then yeah, I don't like the taste of liver, so I have a liver supplement, but that's really it. It's salt and meat. I don't have to do anything else. If I enjoyed the way that liver tasted, I wouldn't have to supplement. Salt is the only other supplement that you really need. So from what I've researched. Now there may be some other things out there. I think you have to supplement vitamin D, but you go stand out in the sun for 15 to 30 minutes and you're good. Yeah, sugar is just horrible for you. Most things are good in moderation. Me personally, the only reason I've decided to go carnivore is because I have a really hard time limiting how much I eat whenever I eat carbs. So that was a personal decision for me, is like, I'm going to cut out carbs because when I have carbs, I don't have the self-control. And since I don't have the self-control, I'm not even going to tempt myself. And so it's worked for me. Do I think everybody should do that? No, not necessarily. I think everybody should do what works for them, period. That's just my approach. You know what I mean? I don't want to come off as rude, but if a diet only consists of dairy and meat, then your body is lacking important vitamins. Like, you are increasing your chances of heart attack, kidney failure, and cancer. Ignoring the fiber, it's still pretty important, but they both should be balanced out. You don't need fiber whenever you eat meat. Like, fiber is to help you push out, like, I don't know how else to explain. Like, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a nutritionist, but you don't need fiber when you're on a carnivore diet. Your body, because you're using fiber to push out the fiber helps you push out and move the stuff through your digestive tract. Your body will naturally produce bile, which helps with your digestive tract. It will break down the fat, so you don't need fiber to help push, whatever else your body's using. And honestly, when you're eating straight meat or a lot of meat, a high meat diet, your body is using a whole lot more of that food than it does with plant material. So you need fiber to be pushed out because your body only can extract so much from the plants that you're eating, versus meat, it's extracting a whole lot more. And so you're not pooping nearly as often. Most people that are on a carnivore diet don't poop every day. They poop like once every 2 to 3 days, and it's a normal, healthy poop. It's not that carnivore is best, but it forces you to eliminate sugar. Just the principle of removing carbs. Exactly. I don't know what the best diet is. I don't know if there is a best diet. I think there is what it is. It's what's the best diet for you, and what do you know? Like, you got to be self-aware. You're putting your trust. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine with me. Like I said, do whatever you feel is best for you. If you trust your education system, great. I just like asking questions. And I know that I've followed a poor American diet for a very long time. And it did not work well for me. And carbs, I struggled to consume. So I don't struggle to consume. I struggle not to consume. That's why I made that change. Liver is pretty cracked for nutrients, yes. So I do take liver supplement. When you're talking about dairy as well, Xavier, when you're a baby, all you consume is dairy. Granted, it's human, it's not milk, it's not cow's milk, but all you consume for like 3 to 6 months is just milk, nothing but milk, But again, it's like vilifying something that, like, maybe it's good for you, maybe it's not, I don't know. But if it's something you really want to know about, I don't know, go talk to, there have been studies on performance for carnivores versus people who eat carbs. And if you're fat adapted, there's no significant increase in performance. They both perform the same. And this was from one of the leading sports scientists on the planet, from Australia, I believe. So, I don't know. I just think there needs to be more science done on both. There you go. It overworks your kidneys. You do consume a whole lot more salt, but I mean, I guess it depends on what type of meat you're consuming, right? Like, if you're consuming meat from Like you're going into the deli aisle and you're buying those kind of meats, then yeah, you're gonna have way more salt than you probably need. But if you're supplementing and just salting your food normally, you're gonna be, relatively speaking, you're gonna be relatively okay. The problem with fat isn't necessarily just eating fat, and the problem with carbs isn't necessarily just eating carbs. The problem is when you combine the two, because your body processes both in a different way, and so they either that's where you start storing fat cells. And so if you're eating a low carb, high fat, moderate protein diet, you're probably going to be relatively healthy. If you do the opposite, you have a high carb, low fat, moderate protein diet, you're probably going to be relatively healthy. The only difference is carbs make your insulin spike, which makes you really, really, like, you have major hunger pains, and you will have like drop off in energy throughout the day. On a higher meat, high fat, like moderate protein diet, I don't have that problem, but I think that comes down to self-control. I just don't have the self-control, so that's on me. That's true. No, I definitely, I understand the importance of breast milk and like how it plays a role in a child's development. And my point is though, saying that dairy in and of itself is, having just dairy is bad, is like, well, that's not necessarily true, because humans, all babies, consume nothing but milk initially. So to say that it's unhealthy isn't necessarily true. There's other factors that go into it. I don't think it's as simple as meat's bad, vegetables are bad, dairy's bad, I don't think it's as simple as that. I think it's a complex world of, what does your body, there's genetic dispositions, right? Like peanuts, light salted peanuts are relatively healthy for most people. You give peanuts to someone who has a peanut allergy, they're gonna die. You know what I mean? Sodium is healthy if you are an athlete, you'll sweat it out. Sugar is the root cause of a lot of health issues. It's not just diabetes. I agree. Salt is not, we vilify salt. Salt is okay. Your body can handle more salt than you probably realize, but it depends on what you're consuming. And it depends on how active you are. Like if you're just eating salt and you're not active and sweating it out, like if you don't have salt, you will die. It's an electrolyte. So there's that. I would never breastfeed as an adult. Okay? That is weird. There's just putting that out there. Don't test what? Having salt? I can tell you, I've eaten, let's see, on days where I feel like I need more salt, like I feel like I'm cramping, I will consume 6 grams of traditional table salt, 6 grams of light salt, which is like potassium something, or 1 gram of that, 6 grams of regular table salt, and then 1 gram of like magnesium something or other. Like you can consume more salt than you think than you have been led on to believe. The same way with like the thought that like if you went 3 days without food you would die. Like no, I have personally fasted, had nothing but water and salt for 10 days straight. So, and I was perfectly fine. Now granted, you being as skinny as you are, Dylan, probably should not fast at all. But for me, who has fat stores on me, I could probably go 30 days. I have enough fat on my body, I could go 30 days. I'd feel like shit probably, but I could go 30 days relatively easily without having to worry about dying. 2 to 4 tablespoons will kill you. I'm not talking about having tablespoons of salt. We're talking about grams of salt. Yeah, if you go out there and have tablespoons of salt, there's problems. You're gonna have a problem. But we're talking about 8 grams of salt a day, and you're gonna be okay. If I fasted, I would definitely die. Yeah, I sweat a lot, so in the gym I would eat a decent amount of salt to prevent cramps, drink water, and then continue with my workout. Exactly, Jay. Again, your diet and your nutrition is based heavily off of you. That's my problem with nutrition in general. Is it's a blanket statement for everybody, the same way that the education system, at least here in the US, is like everybody needs to do this, we all have to go to these classes, and everybody learns differently. Everyone's going to have a different like biological response to different foods. I break out in eczema and hives if I eat certain vegetables. And I didn't know that when I was younger because I was young and my body could handle it. But as I've gotten older, it's starting to show its face. I've started eliminating certain things and I just feel a whole lot better. But again, like I've said 1,000 times, eat whatever the hell you want to eat, whatever makes you feel the best, whatever works best for you. You know what I mean? I suppose I understand your point. The proper food intake is a little overdone, but here in your diet, I'm a little skeptical, but hey, who am I to force it on you? Exactly. I mean, again, I'm gonna do what feels best for me, and if I die, I die. Fuck it. You know? But based off of eating this way and having all my blood work done, I'm relatively healthy. So. The thing is, my mama and my wife can't get me to change my mind. I'm stubborn. So I'll eat other stuff when I want to, but the majority of it's gonna be high fat, high protein. I love the education system to a degree, but I always have a level of skepticism. Like I was put through the US education system, and yeah, a lot of these, I think it's important to learn about it and internalize it, but also I think it's important to ask questions. Like we were taught the food pyramid. That doesn't even make sense. The food pyramid is so bad. The only thing that they really got right on there is like the sugar being at the top. Don't consume a lot of sugar. Sugar is bad. Sugar is relatively bad. Even if you're eating fruits, sugar, if you eat too much fruit, you eat too much sugar, it can be very bad for you. But I guess that's the case for anything. Anything that's, you're not having moderation in anything, then there's a problem there. There's that. The 6 nutrients, what's that? Yeah, seed oils were healthier. That's not true. That has been scientifically proven. Seed oils can be very, very bad for you. But I'm curious, like, what the 6 nutrients are. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. I don't even think I cook with seed oils anymore. I cook with butter or beef tallow. Water, proteins, minerals, vitamins, lipids, and carbs. So carbs are the one thing that you don't actually have to survive. It's been scientifically proven that you don't need carbs to survive. Everything else you do. But you can go the rest of your life without eating a carb, and you don't, like, it's not required for human life. Fats and protein is, water is, vitamins I'm sure to some degree, yes. But carbs you do not need. Minerals, yes. Everything else you said, yes. There's 5 that you need. Carbs you don't need. They're not essential for human life. Maybe other animals, but that has been scientifically proven. It's also just really, really hard to eat just meat and stuff. What is this music called? This song is called Innocence. Stream Beats by Harris Heller is the playlist that is on Spotify if you want to check it out. There are a ton of ways to get vitamins and minerals without eating vegetables or fruits. But if you want to eat that because you enjoy it, like, there's also that option. Nothing wrong with that. Alright. Bom bom. There are drawbacks. If they're not essential, what drawbacks would there be? I'm genuinely curious. Let's see. I met my goals every day. I had the most energy and it was the healthiest I ever was. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I feel great, but I also know people that feel great being vegan. I don't do, you know? And there's also people that feel great eating everything. You know, if you feel great doing it, do that. But I feel the best when I eat fat and protein and limit my carbs to like very small amounts very randomly. Like, I think the longest I've gone without a carb is like 2 or 3 weeks and had no cravings for it. Felt great. Workouts were amazing. Recovery was amazing. Sleep was amazing. Had no problems. I had a few muscle cramps initially, but once I started consuming the, you know, my salt, felt great. Felt real good. Boom, 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 boom. Also, when you're eating fat, like if we're talking about energy, like if you're talking about energy from carbs, like your body when you're running off of fat are making ketones, and then once you become fat adapted, your body has the ability called gluconeogenesis, and it makes glucose for your muscles. So if you're talking about just energy from that perspective, you still don't need, your body has the ability. You have to imagine, like in the winter time, our ancestors didn't have any vegetables or fruits to eat. They were eating only meat and fat. Your body has the ability to produce all the energy you need. That's another thing. That's why, like, I try to source meat from like local farms. My wife and I have actually talked about purchasing like full cows or half a cow or something, and just getting it from an open pasture, you know, organic, clean meats, because you don't know what is actually going to into your food, whether it is a vegetable or a meat or whatever. They're your main source of energy. If you're making ketones, your body prefers ketones. You run better off of ketones than you do run off of carbs. Now, carbs, it's probably, they call it your main or preferred choice because it's easier to access the energy and it's really quick. But ketones, after you get fat adapted, your body runs better off of ketones than it does carbs. And you don't have the energy crashes that you have on carbs. You don't have the hunger pangs that come with carbs. With fat, you have less hunger. Your body adapts and you start running off of ketones. You start like, I don't know, you feel superhuman almost. So, yes, I know what school says about carbs, but it's not necessarily true. I'm not wrong. Lacking of carb intake can cause headaches, fatigue, and cause constipation. Also, carbs are the fuel of your brain. No, carbs are not the fuel of your brain. Ketones are. Carbs, your body likes to consume carbs because it is easier for it to break down and use quickly. Versus ketones, your body has to become fat adapted, which can take a long time. But once you become fat adapted and start breaking down fat and producing enough bile to break down fat and use that as an energy source, your body prefers ketones. But yes, yeah, if you're not used to eating a lot of fat, you're used to eating carbs, yeah, you're gonna have headaches, you're gonna be fatigued for a little bit, but you have to, like I said, become fat adapted. And once you become fat adapted, performance-wise, from a physical standpoint, scientifically has been proven that there is no difference between having a high carb diet for an athlete or being a high, you know, a moderate protein or high protein, high fat diet. They perform about the same if you're fat adapted. Ketones are the most effective and most efficient source of energy for your body. Your brain is like 80% fat. So like, no, your body runs better off of ketones than it does carbs. Carbs are just easier to access. But you also have that like they're easy to access, but you have that really high of energy for like an hour or two, and then you have that really low of energy dump off when you burn it all up. Versus ketones, you don't have that. Pretty level. You don't have super high highs, but you don't have super low lows. It's pretty level all day long. Ketones, yes, ketones is a signal that you're burning fat. But ketones is like your ketone level, ketones are your energy source. Your body breaks down fat into ketones, and that's what it's using for energy. And then you have gluconeogenesis, which when you don't have a lot of carbs, your body, like, because that's what carbs is having. Your carbs are being broken down into glucose. It's filling your muscles up with glucose so that you have energy, right? When you don't have carbs, your body breaks down. It turns, I can't remember if it's proteins into glucose. I think it's protein. It takes a small amount of protein through gluconeogenesis and turns it into glucose so that you can use that as energy for your muscles. Let's see, when I was on my cut for bodybuilding, I felt like Superman until I removed fats. Bro, fats will make you feel so good. That's why I don't like the idea of vilifying meats and fats. Like this idea that meat and fat is bad for you is crazy to me when that's the majority. Like we have scientific data. We've looked at fossils of humans from 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, right? And the majority of their diet was fat and protein because they didn't have access to farms and fruit. Like, you know what I mean? All right. Okay. I'm gonna show you guys something. Hold on. Let me do something really quick. Hold on. Just wait a second. Okay, hold on 1 second here. To do this. Okay, done. Ketones are chemical compounds produced by the body, specifically by the liver when it breaks down fat for energy, especially when glucose/sugar is not readily available. They serve as an alternative fuel source for the body, and while some amounts are normal, high levels can indicate a problem, particularly in individuals with diabetes. They're a type of acid produced when the body breaks down the fat for energy. So it may be acidic, but still. They're a normal byproduct of fat metabolism. They can be used as an alternative energy source for many organs, including the brain. If you're diabetic, then yeah, you probably don't want to have it in your body. Even if your brain is using glucose, you have gluconeogenesis. Gluconeogenesis is a metabolic pathway that synthesizes glucose from non-carbohydrate precursors like lactate, glycerol, and certain amino acids. It's crucial for maintaining blood glucose levels, particularly during fasting or between meals, and occurs mainly in the liver and kidneys. Again, like even if your body don't use AI, why wouldn't you use Google? What makes you believe that anything that your teacher said is any more accurate than what they're telling you right here? You can go to this, .gov. Let's go here. National Institute of Health. A group of metabolic reactions and I don't even know, what is that, cytosol and mitochondria to maintain the blood glucose level constant throughout the fasting state. That better for you? And even if we go to ketones, let's see. Let's see, ketones in your body or urine indicate that your body is burning fats instead of glucose for energy. Having ketones means your body is using its backup energy source, fats. If you have type 1 diabetes, high ketones can be dangerous. If you're diabetic, it's dangerous. If you're not diabetic, there's no problem. So there's that. It's not meant for your body to sustain off of. recognize that AI and Google are not the same, but it didn't. The difference between the website I clicked on and what AI said wasn't that different. The brain's primary fuel source is glucose. That doesn't mean carbs. It means that your body has to turn other amino acids, other aspects of your body, like that. It has to create glucose, sure, but you don't have to get carbs. You don't have to have carbs for that. You can feel your muscles getting tighter. I mean, sure, you can, but I don't know. I don't necessarily care about that. I care about performance and how I feel overall. My wife is a PA. She's a physician assistant, which is basically they have their masters and they're medical professionals. I don't know how else to explain it. My wife is a PA, so if she has a concern about my weight or anything like that, but she has access to all my medical records. I've been eating like this for a while. I am incredibly healthy. So I am incredibly healthy. I don't know what else to say. Again, I don't care how you guys eat. I don't care how you eat. That's just how I eat, and I feel the best this way. There are extreme athletes that eat nothing but meat. Endurance athletes, all the way to like powerlifting athletes, and then there's the vice versa where they eat nothing but vegetables and carbs. Like, I mean, it really is whatever you feel works best for you. You know what I mean? That makes sense? But of course it's gonna sound crazy the first time you hear it, especially if, like, you gotta think, like, in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, we thought smoking was good for you. You know what I mean? And then more research came out and was like, oh damn, maybe it's not. I don't know. Just a thought. That being said, you are the hell you want to eat. Bum, 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 bum. But if you're eating the standard American diet, then, you know, sad, then yeah, you should definitely be concerned. Well, thank you, Xavier. I will. I'll keep you guys posted on it. And I mean, I have a doctor's appointment. I have my annual coming up in like August or September. I think it's September. But, like, I'll have blood work done then. And I mean, as long as everything comes back good, I'm just going to continue eating this way. If I start to get sick, I'll let you guys know. Nah, guys, don't do this. I'm starting to get sick. Yeah, you can survive off that as long as you're using body fat. Like, that's why you have to consume a lot of fat when you're doing carnivore. Like, it's just the idea that we're vilifying fat when we shouldn't. Fat is just as safe as anything else if you are consuming it properly. You know, if you're eating some absurd amount of any kind of food, then yeah, there's probably going to be problems. But this idea that eating fat's going to make you fat and unhealthy is not true. It's the combination of fat and carbs, because your body's having to decide between the two different energy sources that it uses. Does that make sense? Either have a high carb, moderate protein, low fat diet, or have a high fat, low carb, moderate protein diet. I don't eat rice at all. I mainly eat red meat, because I think that tastes the best. But I do get some carbs because I'm not so strict that I'm not gonna eat like sausage and stuff. But it's mainly beef, very low amounts of chicken, because I genuinely don't really like the way it tastes unless it's fried, and obviously fried chicken's not good for you. And then I eat fish, and then I have cheese and milk. That's about the extent of my diet. Yeah, I don't down a stick of butter. Oh, also eggs. I probably eat probably a quarter to half a stick of butter, depending on how hungry I am that day. And I do it over the course of the day. It's not all in one sitting. So, but I don't know, I mean, again, can you eat a stick of butter? Probably, but I don't know. That doesn't seem like the best idea. But I guess if you're fat adapted, you probably could get away with it. I mean, if you look back at like older generations that were like born, you know, pre-World War II or around World War II, if you watch how they cook, they use a lot of lard and a lot of butter in their food. And if you look at them, they were incredibly healthy individuals. So I think it's when we had a massive push to consume a whole lot more carbs than we necessarily need. I don't think carbs are bad. I don't think fats are bad. I don't think proteins are bad. I think having excess of any of the three is a bad thing, you know? When did I start to stick to it? When I realized that I couldn't control my hunger when I was eating carbs. Like, I've never had an issue putting on weight. I've never had an issue eating a lot. And so, but I was having an issue, like I was craving sugar and carbs all the time. I would eat and then I would eat like, I could eat like 1,000 calories in a sitting. And 2 hours later, I'd be hungry again and I could eat another 1,000 calories. I was at one point probably putting down 4,000 to 5,000 calories without even batting an eye. I would eat an entire large pepperoni pizza by myself, just packed full of carbs, right? And I would work out really, really hard. But I felt like shit. I was between the carbs and the salt intake, between all that food, I was always bloated. My joints were hurting really bad. And then I randomly came across, I was trying to figure out a way to like help my hunger pains because I couldn't control my hunger. I was always hungry. And I randomly came across a video of a guy saying, oh, all I do is eat meat. He was like 57 years old, 54 years old. He was in his 50s. And he had just broke a record for the fastest time. He did rowing, and he broke the world record for the fastest time for doing like 1,500 meters or 2,500 meters or something like that. Like, the dude was a boss. He was ripped. He was in great shape for his age. He's also a doctor. And he was like, I don't know, I was trying to figure out something different, so I tried this, and he's been eating that way for years, like 5 or 10 years or something like that. And so that led me down the path to try it, and I haven't felt like, at first I felt really bad and sluggish, but as my body got used to using fat as a fuel source, I've started feeling better and better and better. And so I've just kind of stuck with it because I don't have any problems with cravings. I don't crave sugar anymore. I don't crave carbs. I don't have like these energy crashes. I feel my energy is steady throughout the entire day. So like I just feel really good. And again, that's not for everybody. Oh my gosh. Ah! Ah! That terrified me. That was scary, guys. Let's not do that. Carbs affect your insulin levels, which affect some hormones that tell you to eat more. Yeah, it affects your hormone, the ghrelin hormone, which it spikes your ghrelin hormone, which makes you feel hungry. You said that really dumbed down? I mean, that's really what happens. You still need nutrients from carbs. If there's any nutrients in carbs, you can get that other ways. You don't have to get them from carbs. Again, you don't have to have carbs. You can if you want them, but you don't need them. They're not necessary. It seemed like the biggest benefit from carbs is just the energy, because it's easier to access than fat. But so when will I end the stream? What time is it? It's 2:30. Probably in a couple hours. I don't know. The liver is considered nature's multivitamin. Exactly. If you don't like eating liver, then you take a liver supplement, which is what I do because I don't like the way liver tastes. It tastes disgusting to me. But like, think about Native Americans. they ate basically fish if you're on the coast, and then they basically ate buffalo if you're in the Midwest. That's all they ate. They ate they used the entire buffalo. So they would eat the liver, they'd eat the heart, they'd eat the brain, they'd eat the eyes, they'd eat the meat, the muscle, right? Like, and that's basically their entire diet. And then they would forage from time to time when like berries and stuff were coming around. So it's not that you don't have, like, sure, you can have carbs if you want them. I don't care if you do. Especially you being an endurance runner, I can understand why you really like carbs. My goal is to run a marathon without them, just to see what it's like. David, all right, I'm gonna go, dude. All right, David, have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate the conversation. It's been great. It's been real good. I've loved it. Oh no. Oh no. Boom, boom. Bum, ba, bum, bum. Speaking of, I just finished some chicken sausage. Not my favorite meal. I bought some the other day to try it out. Chicken sausage is not it. Alright? Pork and beef sausage is the way to go. Yeah. It doesn't taste horrible. It's just, you know, it's like weird. Like, I don't know, it doesn't chew the same. I don't know how to explain that. It feels a little weird, is all I'm trying to get at. Yeah, it feels bad, doesn't it? It feels bad. I don't like it. I think everyone should do what works best for them. I just don't think that anything that's on the food pyramid, I think the food pyramid definitely could be adjusted. That's really my biggest thing. And I think it should be worth it for most people to like try different diets out and see what works best for them. I refuse to go back to feeling like shit, and that's how I felt whenever I wasn't eating carnivore. Even when I was eating, like, let's see, when I was 24, I was getting into some bodybuilding and I was eating a ton of rice and stuff. Eating really, really healthy, dude. I had the farts all day long. I was swollen all the time. I mean, I had plenty of energy because I was eating a ton of rice and stuff, but I just overall felt a whole lot worse than I do now. But I know that works for a lot of people, and that's awesome. I don't know. That's just me. If you want to eat rice and eat carbs, I love that for you. I will have carbs from time to time, just randomly, if I get a craving, but that's not very often. It's usually just pure meat and a lot of fat. You know what I mean? I try to stay away from fried foods. We don't go out to eat. I cook at home all the time. My wife cooks at home, but like she eats plenty of carbs. She feels great for the most part, from what I understand. Like she loves the way, she's loved the way that she's eating, so I have no problem with it. I will cook carbs for my family as well. Like I cook pasta and stuff for them. I just don't eat it. Unless my wife, there's certain meals that my wife will cook that I know she put a lot of hard work into. So like she made some chicken orzo the other day, so I ate the orzo. I will say the next day though, like my digestive system has been all jacked up since I started eating the chicken orzo and I had a couple of apples since then. Like my stomach has been all sorts of messed up. And I don't know if that's necessarily from the food or if maybe I was getting sick or something was going on, but my stomach was jacked up. So, and yesterday and today I haven't had anything that is really carbonated that has carbs unless it's been from like a drink, but like I haven't had anything with fiber in it because I feel horrible. Oh, that's great. Like I don't know how else to explain. Like I'm not trying to convince anybody to eat carnivore. Like I don't know if it's the best. I'm very open about that. I have no idea if it's the best or not. It's what works for me. If you want to eat vegetables and potatoes and whatever, I have no problems with that. It's very weird for me that in general, as a whole, not necessarily the conversation that we've had today, but in general, most people are like, oh, I'm vegan. Oh, okay, cool, that's so healthy. And then someone's like, another person's like, oh, I'm carnivore. They're like, oh, that's so bad for you. It's like, they're both extreme. Why are we, what do you mean? That's where I start to have questions. I also have like a skin condition called eczema. And like one of the best ways to figure out what's going on is to do an elimination diet. So that has been my biggest motivator is like I itch all the time. Like my skin, it's like a massive rash on my skin. I cannot deal with it. That's another reason why I went carnivore. It was like, dude, I gotta try and figure out how to get this to stop. Because I live in Texas, it's hot, I'm sweating all the time. And like I can't sleep at night when I'm itchy. I can't focus during the day, you know what I mean? So it wasn't just a simple like, oh, I hate carbs. No, it was, no, I want to eat carbs all day because I actually love carbs. I can be a very fat person and eat all day, but also I have a skin condition that I really, really, really would like to try and figure out what the hell's wrong with me. If I can, you know? I don't know, that's just my perspective. At the end of the day, do whatever the fuck you want to do. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Move. I feel like we've gotten a lot of work done today. I don't know, maybe not. But that last conversation, that was great. That made me so happy having that conversation. Not that I'm a pretty passive person. I don't necessarily, not that I felt like we were arguing, but disagreeing on things is always very uncomfortable for me. That felt very good to have that conversation with you. I should probably have more conversations like that. Oh yeah. It's what, have 1 gram of protein, 1 to like 1.5 grams of protein for the for like your ideal body weight. So for my ideal body weight, it's like 200 to 225 pounds. I try to get somewhere between that every day, which eating just meat and dairy is really difficult. I'll put that out there. Like I've had, after I finish eating my lunch here, I will have had like 70 grams of protein and I'm so full. It was pretty civil. That's what I like. It should be. We should be able to disagree on something and have like a open, thoughtful conversation about stuff and be able to respect each other at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's so weird to me that as a society, we are like losing that ability. I've asked my grandmother about this. Because I was like, when you were a kid, were you guys able to talk about stuff and disagree on stuff? And she was like, oh yeah, we could disagree about something and then we would go have lunch with each other, like when it was time to go on lunch break. I was like, what the heck happened? She was like, I don't know what happened, but it's weird that we can't do this. And I'm not someone who wants to talk about politics very often, but I try to stay away from it because I know people get butt hurt and whatnot. But like that's, you know what I mean? All right, I got Optic Gaming. They're going to be playing today. I'm excited about this. They're playing against FaZe. So not only am I going to be sitting here, what time do they play? Oh, they don't play until tonight. Whoops, they don't play until tonight? Oh, they don't play for a while. We're good. We're good. But I would really like to get back to having civil conversations and just having civil disagreements of like, no, I just don't agree with you because of this, this, and this. And this is what I do, and like I don't care what you do. If that's what you want to do and it works for you, wonderful. I'm happy for you. Genuinely happy. The internet taught us our opinions matter. Yeah, we took that and ran with it way too much. Like, because at the end of the day, if we're being honest, like, outside of your 4 walls, right? Like, you don't give a shit what other people are doing. And so when someone's like, yo, I did this, and then there's one or two people that respond like, oh, I'm so proud of you, blah 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 blah. It's like, I don't. Good for you, I guess. Like, I don't care. Like, if you did the opposite, I wouldn't care. You know what I mean? Like, you're busy living your life, and so this idea that like everyone's opinion, everyone's thought, everyone's emotion matters is just not like. Obviously, I want everyone to feel safe and have a safe place to like talk if they need to vent or something like that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't have the time to feel, you know, every aspect, like, I don't have the energy to like carry your problems. You know what I mean? Scump is the GOAT. Nate is one of the funniest, naturally funniest people I've ever seen in my, like, I think I've ever seen in my life. I'm talking just grade A natural humor. You know what I mean? Hold up. Aww. You know what I mean? Nate Shot played a bunch of different stuff. He did a lot of AR. He did some SMG. He was a very good role player, in the sense that like if there was something that needed to be done, he did it. And he was also really good about communicating. I don't know if Scump on the other hand was just a killing monster. Would go out there and just he also did everything right, but that dude had a skill. He was so good at COD. Okay. Yeah, I was really into competitive Call of Duty. Still am. I don't play COD almost at all anymore, but I'm definitely into Call of Duty competitive. I love Call of Duty competitive. I was really into sniping as well. Some of my first streams that I ever did were Call of Duty sniping streams. So I was never a trick shotter though. I could never figure that out. I got all disoriented, and I don't know how people play on a sensitive. I don't know how, if you're trick shotting, you play on like 10 or 15, whatever it is nowadays. Like max settings, I can't do that. I get all sick. I get lost. Okay. We're making really good progress. I still feel like we have forever, but we're making good progress here. Yeah. Slowly but surely. Ooh, the ballista. I missed that gun. My friend got invited to like a clan called H2O, which I thought was dope. I've never been invited to a clan. I was in. Have I? No, I don't think I ever was. I was not. I guess I wasn't as good as I thought I was, even though I tried to be. I did have a group of friends that they ended up inviting me to a party because like 3 or 4 games in a row on Black Ops 3, I absolutely waxed them. And they were talking trash to me the entire time. And then I got into the clan, they were still talking trash. And I was like, come on, guys, chill. Like, I'm just trying to play the game. And then they kind of eased up and they're like, dude, you've been killing us nonstop. I didn't realize you were that good. And I was like, I mean, I don't know. And we became friends after that for a while. I don't know what they're doing nowadays. I know one of those friends is married. But yeah, no, I don't know what happened to them. We're clocking in every day. Damn, that's sad. That's also the cool thing about like the old days is like, nah, bro, you either are here or you're not. And it's like, brother, I got life. What do you want me to say? I got class and stuff. I got stuff going on. What do you want me to do? You know? That's freaking hilarious. You weren't clocking in every day. The egos on those guys. Absolutely diabolical work on their end. Yeah, I was in middle school. It's like, I can't. I have school, then I have homework. I can play an hour tonight. That's crazy. It's crazy how serious people used to take that game. I miss those times. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I'm sure there are people that still take it super serious nowadays, but I genuinely miss that time. What a fun time to be alive. I don't know, I guess every generation kind of has that one game, right? Like, or that 2 games, like, because older millennials, it was like Halo, and then I guess for me it was Call of Duty. You know, for Gen Z, it's probably Fortnite to some degree. I'm curious to know what the future is going to be, you know? What's the next big game that's going to take over the world? You know what I mean? Peak life for sure. Waking up early or going to bed late, and then waking up and all you hear is your system on. Oh. Got a bag of, I don't know, Doritos and a Mountain Dew or a Coke or whatever it is, you know, Dr. Pepper. I'm not too picky when it comes to soda, if I'm being honest with you. Pizza rolls. No responsibilities, just a full weekend of nothing but degenerate gaming, you know? I'll confess. What are you gonna confess? What are you gonna confess? Bump, 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 bump. Bump, bump. No way. No way. Was your family pissed? Oh my gosh. I did that once with my friend, but not at a funeral. We were at church the next day, and I kept falling asleep during church, and then when we pray, I just would like randomly wake up. I remember asking my family later on, I was like, "Was it a bad thing I was falling asleep in church? Like during prayer?" And they were like, "I don't think so. I don't know." Like, do you think God was mad at me? Like, I wasn't trying to be. I just stayed up too late. And it's not like my family went to church all the time anyway, so it was like I stayed up late and then we decided to go to church and I was like, oh. Oh, the door's being knocked on. 1 second.
You did not even
What?
acknowledge. You did not even.
I did too.
Yeah. No.
Yes, I promise you I did. Oh, I didn't see the next text message. I saw the big stuff.
Uh-huh.
Nice. Give me some stuff.
Where's the drill bit? I want.
All right. Let's see. I think everyone was too sad to be mad at you. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I can understand that. I don't know any of my great-grandparents. No, that's a lie. I knew one. I knew my great-grandmother or my dad's grandmother. I guess I met two of them, but one of them I didn't know very well. I remember going to her house once, maybe a couple of times, but I was really young. And then my great-grandmother, the grandmother that I visited like a couple of times was on my grandfather's side. My grandmother's mother passed away a couple of years ago. They were really young when they had my dad, so she was like in her 70s or 80s, I think. Like, she lived a pretty long, good life, so. But I don't know any of the great-grandparents on my mother's side because they all passed away before I was even alive, so there's that. Oh, this song sounds like a banger. Boom, 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 boom. I'm so full. I need water. I'm chewing food. And it's delicious. Ooh. Bum bum bum. The fusion? Yeah. I don't understand it fully. It is really complex. And there's certain aspects that you can use and certain that you can't. I've thought about, I don't know, I think I'm probably gonna buy the full version in the next year or so. Because it's one-time payment. It's $2.99, you buy it once and you don't have to worry about it again. Versus like, I don't know, other editing software. Like Adobe and stuff, Premiere Pro, it's like a constant pay. So I'm just gonna buy DaVinci Resolve and start focusing in on like all the things I can do, you know what I mean? The only time that I guess I get really confused is when I set up a, like when I update it, because I kind of set it up a certain way, and then obviously they change stuff when they update it, and so I get a little bit confused then. But I need to watch a video. I also need to update my PC to Windows 11. I'm probably going to do that this evening, whenever I head out to go hang out with some friends. Have I looked into plugins? I've looked at a few, but I've never really messed with them too much. Yo, the OG, thank you for following. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right today. That scared the mess out of me, by the way. Was not expecting that. Bum 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 bum. There are some certain things that I really would like to unlock, like like I know there's some plugins that you can use, but plugins kind of confuse me, and I don't know. I think I want to learn the fundamentals of the whole program. Even though I've used it for years, I really haven't sat down to watch any tutorials on how to properly break down DaVinci Resolve. I really should look at getting a DaVinci Resolve course and really sitting down and going through it all. You know what I mean? I've just been so lazy about that. But I'm willing to bet it would take my editing to the next level. I would just commit the time, you know what I mean? But it's really insane how much you can get accomplished without taking a full course. Like you can do so much with the program even if you don't know exactly what you're doing. Actually pretty sick. So I will always recommend DaVinci Resolve. That's from someone who has used, I used Vegas Pro when I first started, then I used Adobe Premiere Pro, and now I use DaVinci Resolve. I will never go back to the other ones. Ever. It definitely does. I think for me it was downloading plugins and setting it all up and then really making sure that I like what I saw, and I don't know, I started to get overwhelmed and I was like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't. I kind of have a small decent process that I utilize. Let's try that, and I don't know. We'll take the time to learn everything else later on, and I just never got back to it. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water. I am thirsty. Let me land over here and not die. Actually, I can just do this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take my dishes in and I'm gonna grab some water because I'm thirsty. Alright, sorry about that. My wife was trying to install like a shelf on the wall and needed some help. So. Alright. We were running mighty low. Ah, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I mean, we've gotten a lot done today, actually. Like a massive chunk of this done. That's actually insane. I'm pretty proud. Never mind. I am pretty proud of how much we've gotten done today. Like, how much have I placed? 90, another 17,000? Or 13,000? About a third of the way done. We're getting there. Slow and steady always wins the race. Feels good. Feels really good. If I can get over, I don't know, like 110,000, that would be really nice because it would allow me to knock out. It would allow me to knock this out in a couple of days. Like, I should be able to get this done over the course of the week while, depending on how much I stream. My hand does hurt, though. We'll put that out there. My hand is killing me. Or not killing me. Killing me is a strong word. My hand is sore, is the best way of putting it. Feels weird trying to use my pointer finger. It just feels awkward, so we're not going to do that. Now the real question here is, would it be better to start the next video after I turn the entire floor or cover it with white carpet, or should I put the design on before I start the next video? What do you think would be better, Jay? What are your thoughts there? I really don't know. I don't know. I think the most I've placed in one sitting was 12K blocks for a gold farm, and my hand was a little sore. Yeah. We started at 50,000. It was around 50,000 today, I think. Right? Yeah, I think it was around 50,000. Or 57,000, something like that. So I'm going to be using carpet, and I'm going to be putting the Optic Gaming logo on the floor. And so, let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. 1 second. Let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about here. Alright, so I'm going to be putting basically this, except it's going to be white. Background will be white, but I'm putting this. Gonna show it? Yeah. So I'm putting this on the floor. So black carpet, lime green carpet, black and lime green. And then the background obviously is all going to be white. Did I put that on top of the white carpet before I start the next video, like editing the next video? Should that be the final, like the conclusion, the goal of the whole video is getting this down? Or should I just leave it white? I feel like I should do the whole design, right? It feels awkward just kind of leaving it as is. Boom, boom, boom. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. The whole design makes more sense. It's gonna be a long form. It will be a longer, it's gonna be a long form video. I wonder if I can upload that video into Lightmatica, or that image into Lightmatica, and put it on here. Maybe that would help me. I don't know how to use Lightmatica though, so. Dum dum. Ooh, the heretics are looking like a problem child, man. The heretics are beating up on the Seattle Surge. But yeah, it's gonna be a long form video, so the video will encompass going from starting the collection, like starting the idea of this whole build and collecting all the slime, to placing it all, to deleting the entire end, to creating all the farms that I made while I waited and collected all the slime, placing all the slime blocks, covering it all with the carpet, and then if I decide to put that final design in, putting that design in. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think you're right. I think it would be better to do that. Just to, like, it makes the whole, it just finishes this whole thing. Brings this whole thing together. Yeah. It's been a grind. It's been a long grind, but that's okay. I'm like, putting the carpet down makes me feel like we finally made a lot of progress. I mean, actually getting rid of the island was like the biggest step. Have I considered making filler episodes? Yeah, but I don't know. I think it does, like, videos perform better when you have a set goal and you accomplish that goal despite how long it may take. I also don't like the idea, I guess because I've done it in the past, but like making a video where it's like, oh, I made a sugarcane farm. I don't know. I don't find that to be as enjoyable from a viewing perspective. I find that I prefer videos that are 45 minutes to an hour and a half long, where it's like you're showcasing me, like showing me everything that you did in the past 3 to 6 months. Maybe that's a little insane, but I don't know. Those are my favorite Minecraft videos. So that's why I try and stream in between while I record and start making progress so that people have content. And that's why I make the occasional short. It's like just to give people updates, or make a post on YouTube so you have an update of what's going on. That's what seems to be working the best. My brother's calling me. Let's see what he has to say. What's up? What do you do? Odin Brew. Was he? What are you doing? What's wrong? Yeah. Odin Brew, do not jump on the couch. Do you understand me? Do not jump on the couch. When they ask you to stay down, you stay down, okay? Hi, Rain. How are you? What's up? Really? Yeah. She's spunky, dude. She will snatch that hair if you're not careful. She's torn. She's dressed. Let go. Let go. What did I do? You got permission to sit him down. If you need to, grab him and be like, no, you're gonna sit in my lap until you're ready to. We appreciate it. I don't hit them or anything like that. I don't spank them that. Like, very rarely have I spanked Odin. But usually I'm like, so these are your options. You can get down, or I'm gonna come get you down. Those are your options. Like, we don't jump on the couch. So that was yeah, there. This ain't your opportunity, my boy. Yeah. Big man, Obro's been doing that too. I'm like, you're not, stop whining, stop it. You're not crying, not hurting. And he'll be like, thank you. Thank you. She is currently cleaning and putting up a shelf. So. Yeah. So, starts with a U. U something. No, it's an actual U. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. 1 second. I'm streaming, so hold on, stream. Yeah, I'm live on TikTok right now. It's really weird. I like it though. It's pretty cool. What is the company called? Oh, it's called the U Line. Letter U Line. Yeah.
Okay.
You can, but I mean, it starts to get expensive. I don't do any of that. I did. Okay, then yeah, look into it. Just be. Hey, if that's what you got, do not take on any more investors. You take care of that investor. All right? Get it in writing. Be like, hey, look, I understand, but we got to have this in writing. I appreciate it, but let's go. That's my man. No, I said that's my man. That's not fair. No, Doug has been grinding. Yep. Mmm. Yeah, that's crazy. I love that. Right. Are you crying? I got something in my eye. You... Dang near every single one of them.